Hey, can people hear us?
Hello, hello.
Isidafo, you might
Uh,
be coming in faint. I can't tell.
okay, well that we had some audio issues last week, I guess, so it wouldn't be shocking. You can hear us. Yeah, this is I'm interesting. Depends which Discord you're searching in, maybe. I don't know whether my messages still exist, all the ones I sent way back in the day. Uh, I have no way to check
Oh yeah, there is that. There is that tiny little. Oh yeah.
because
Do you two know each other from?
no, I don't. But I mean, I was less active back in 1921, 22. Oh, you're Malachi. Okay, yes. Yeah, they probably got deleted then. Because I do remember, I think in 19 or 20, probably 20. Yeah. Um, yeah. But that, I don't know which of my messages still exist in that Discord server. So,
Yeah, I actually
yeah.
actually don't know how that works either. Now that I think about it.
Um, but yeah, no,
Wait,
back
wait.
way, way,
Does this mean
way
you
back in
don't
the
get
day.
yellow? Does this mean you don't get yellow? Rolls anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Um, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, back in the day in 20. It was a bit weird back then because like you never saw good teams in league because there was no like single top level league. It was just a whole bunch of perfect leagues and they kept adding more every week. So like by the end there were like 50 or 70 perfect leagues or something, and it was just like slaughter fest every week. But
Oh,
tournaments,
you mean like if you got promoted, you never got demoted?
yeah, you couldn't like. I mean, okay, I think you technically could, but you had to like finish in the bottom four or something, and like the top eight got promoted out of Diamond. So they just kept growing and growing. So you have like at best one decent team in your league, and then if you have all the cards, you win like 150 games. It was really really dumb.
I see.
Um, but tournaments were a lot of fun because then the good team. I mean, there were a couple like people organized like using the friends list like actual sort of perfect leagues that were tough.
Yeah, I've
But
noticed there are a few people from before I started playing that were fairly prominent that came back. Uh, like I've heard a lot about Whale King actually. I've heard a bunch of
yeah,
stories.
yes,
Um,
I understand he
and
has returned.
yeah, well, he completely predated me, but now he's apparently come back. So he both
Yeah,
predates and postdates me. I guess.
yeah, a number of the of players from those 2021 have come back this year. It seems, just cool.
They didn't pick the best year to do it, did they?
Well, I mean, we've never had a perfect version of the game. Uh, you know, we probably will never have one because it's not really possible. But
Yeah.
there are things I like better about 25 and 24, and things I like better about 24 and 25. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, anyway, oh, did I remember to post the links and stuff? By the way, I'm just checking. I realized I probably should do that someplace, or did I?
Which ones? I see you posted. You posted somewhere else.
If I got it in kidneys, that's probably the main one.
Yeah,
Um,
you got it there. I see it.
okay, good. Anyway,
Another long discussion in Discord. Good. That will clue to a lot. Like the previous five that made the same points everyone's been making for before the game launched.
wait, there are problems. I could have sworn that. Sorry, I'm not going to mention users by name.
Yeah,
I could have sworn certain people have said that there were no problems.
I don't know.
Uh,
I haven't heard of a single problem mentioned in the main Discord this year. I haven't read a single message in there about that.
well, I do believe that a member of the OHP staff has made it clear that he hears nothing but positive feedback. It's actually a weird, like, hearing disorder.
Uh,
Um, anyway, right. So I think we will get to sort of some cards in a little bit. kind of as usual. I'm not on the normal computer, and I'm on sort of a hotel Wi-Fi connection, so hopefully this is going to work. So I'm not sure I'm going to have a great way to go back and forth and actually kind of show card grades, but we can kind of talk through them as we normally do.
Yeah, I think
Um,
we just talk. I mean, it's it's the whatever 15 baseball reference one cards and then a handful of throwbacks and other stuff. So
yeah.
should be pretty
Um,
easy to get through them.
I do think maybe it makes sense to kind of respond to a couple things that happened this week first. So let's see, where's a good place to begin? A lot of bad places to begin. I don't know. You got a good place to begin?
Um, Live update is coming
Yes.
on Monday.
So this
That's
live update,
fun.
I guess we'll add a handful of cards as well, sort of with rookies, but it's mainly kind of just updating the ratings. Or have you done a lot of live spec this time around?
Not a ton actually. It's kind of a weird cycle in that I'm not sure that there are going to be any diamonds going to perfect. Uh, like pretty much all the 100s that have played pretty well, and all there's only 199. He pitched 10 innings, then got injured, and the other cards that are performing well are like 94s and 95s. So it's not really clear that there's going to be anyone going to perfect.
Um, yeah, I mean, I always feel like this is not the best month to do live spec because usually kind of the most efficient live spec is silver to gold, just because you're kind of getting a factor of 10 for the jump when you hit it. But the problem is we're still at a stage where a lot of the live silvers cost significantly more than 100 just because people are still doing the live missions, you know. So once you start having to pay extra to do that spec, that then it feels like it becomes a bit inefficient. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely silvers to golds are tough to do right now. But yeah, there'll definitely be a number of gold to diamond. Glass now is one of them. Imanaga will certainly go up. I assume Webb will go up. Um,
I mean, in
you know,
principle,
Elliot Cruz should go up.
Imanaga's yeah, in
William
principle, Imanaga
Contreras.
could be huge. Oh, right, sorry. And of course, Ranger Suarez, the
But
best live pitcher in the game.
I mean, I'd be shocked if he doesn't go up to at least gold. um, he's pitched incredibly well.
Yeah.
um,
But then he'll no longer be the best silver pitcher in the game.
he won't be. That's true. It will be very hard to play him in silver. So
Um,
actually, I mean, I think it's sort of when we talk about Phil Hughes, the fact that Webb is not or very unlikely to be a gold is going to be, I think, kind of a relevant consideration for Hughes. But
that's true.
um,
So the other thing to consider is for a lot of cards, and Webb's going to be one of them. You know, it's not just about the overall rating. It's really about how all of the component ratings change. You know,
right,
what makes Webb a really good gold is not sort of the fact that he's an 89. It's the fact that he has that shape, and yet the game's like overall rating system calls that shape an 89.
yeah. I mean, I think Webb in particular is kind of a bit screwed up because of the whole relief pitcher thing that happened for some reason,
Yeah.
and this extreme ground ball to movement to home run weirdness with the overall rating.
That's the other thing with Webb is it's possible that if you take exactly those ratings, but then tell the game he's now a starting pitcher, he might be 100.
Yeah, it could even be a high diamond. Um,
Yeah, no, but he could even be a perfect with those ratings. And so
yeah,
the
it's
funny thing is
possible.
with Webb, I could easily see a
Yes.
situation where he becomes a low diamond, but the ratings go down significantly because they call him a starting pitcher.
Yeah, or some weirdness. I mean,
And if you're just doing live spec and you're trying to turn 1,000 points into 4,000, you win. But with that shape, you'd actually sort of lose out if you're thinking about using him, in tournaments or
yeah,
whatever.
Webb is sort of a weird one too because in the beta he was a low diamond with basically the same ratings. Like I think it was a 93 or something. and then for whatever reason, when the game launched, like for real, he became a reliever and was an 89.
Right. And we've seen weird stuff
So
like that.
yeah,
Like
some weirdness happened.
it was the whole like when Spencer Strider was a reliever thing too, right? Or was it
Yeah,
Brock Burke that I'm thinking of? I remember there was one live update a couple cycles ago where just switching people between starter and reliever, added 30 points to their overall or
yeah,
something.
that definitely happened a few times. But I mean, there's another like Steele also. Steele pitched only 4 innings, but it's not completely impossible he moves off those 4 innings. I mean, it's probably unlikely, but um, weirder things have happened.
Right. Well, plus this is, the first live update last year had issues.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Um,
I would hope that there's been some testing this time, but I
Wait, but
continue to hope for that and continue to
we were
be
officially told that
disappointed.
nothing changed and that the second live update was just like the first last year.
That was definitely true, huh? Just like there's no stuff boost.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a weird update. I mean, I think, um, yeah, probably really on the low end for like earning possibility off this one compared to pretty much any other update I can remember.
So certainly what I've been doing and my advice if you're trying to invest points is you're better off investing in missionless cards right now than you are in lives because the combination of the uncertainty and the fact that the most valuable lives are still kind of well above quick sell because of the reward, because of the live mission rewards.
Yeah, and there's been some other weirdness, like the Astros cards have like the Astros lives have like skyrocketed in the past 2 weeks. Like the goals are selling for like almost 10K now. Like I should check actually. I think maybe what happened was that before the like that mid-April update, um the bottleneck was like Rays and Dodgers, but a lot of Rays and Dodgers, like Iron and Bronze Rays and Dodgers, got added, and I think maybe now the Astros are the worst bottleneck.
Could be. Well,
And so like
the good news
yeah,
is if you want to deal with the Astros, I think, I think basically everybody on the Astros is going down and rating this site this time, right?
no, Altuve has a real chance of getting 100. I think even with 6 points, like he's probably one of the more likely ones to go to 100 if you're going to pick one. Um, no, I don't think it's someone commenting Diamond Bregman Cage Wisdom because using lives to combinate is incredibly inefficient. Like they're basically bronzes at that point because
Yeah.
that you get this one extra 1/5 multiplier. So
Wait,
it's
now,
really inefficient.
so I hadn't looked. I'm just pulling up like the Astros stats. How are they this? The stats are not that bad. How are
Well, I mean
they this
they've
bad?
been unlucky to some degree. Like they deserve more wins than they have based on their results.
Okay, but they're 11 and 20.
Yeah, they should probably have like 14 or 15 wins. Um, but yeah, it's
So wait, what exactly is going wrong? Okay,
I
Bregman's
think
been
it's mostly
awful, I guess,
it's
but
mostly a pitching issue. I think. I mean, Altuve has been amazing.
Kyle Tucker's yeah,
Al
Tucker
Tucker's been
actually
good.
I could see
Alvarez
going
has been
up.
pretty good. Like it's I think it's mostly a pitching problem. It's like all the starters got injured, right? Like Valdez was injured, Verlander was injured, Javier was injured. Um,
There's
yeah,
no one's pitching.
I think that's the issue mainly. Um, if you want to accommodate the Diamond Bregman, I mean, you can use like the gold Urquidy is going to be a lot better. The historical Urquidy, he's only costs like 13K or 1.3K, or yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably the best historical. It looks like. But like you might as well if you're going to pay 10K for a gold, you might as well just buy a bunch of Alvarez's or Valdez's as a perfects instead. Like it's going to
I
be
guess that's
way
true.
better.
Yeah.
Like the goal, I think it's all. I think what happened is that the Astros became like the bad mission bottleneck for the live missions, and so like all the demand kind of flocked there. But I really have no way to like know that with any kind of certainty.
Fair enough. Um,
It has made my quest to acquire Doug Drabex for boosting my Swindell quite a lot more difficult, which is annoying.
oh, that's
But
right. You managed to get a Swindell combinator. You're mentioning that.
yeah, but I need Drabex. I need Drabex for boosting him because
Which reminds me, we should talk about combinators in a little
very
bit.
efficient.
Let's see what else. So, um, I think I was asking you. You said you did not catch laptop stream Wednesday, right?
No, I saw a tiny bit of his pre-trip stream on Thursday and a tiny bit of his post-trip stream on Thursday, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, yeah, because I thought I thought it did kind of make sense to respond a bit to that. Because well, first off, just it's clear that Lap's upset, and I think that's really unfortunate because I really enjoyed working with him. Well, for most of last year, really, but kind of I enjoy his streams, and I really enjoyed working with him. And I know you had a chance to do that a couple times, also, right?
Yeah, but when I think I went on twice on the post-trip stream and we did that draft, which was a lot of fun also that he did a great job with.
Yeah,
Um, so that was all good experiences.
yeah. So first off, I just regardless of whether people disagree or people are welcome to disagree with anything we say on here, right? We're kind of going out in public with our take on things. Other people are welcome to agree or disagree. But certainly, the goal is not to start a fracture in the community or something. you know, we're, we're all doing
Yeah,
this for fun and playing games and stuff. You know, I will say if anyone has an issue with stuff we're saying, we're not that hard to find, right? And like I answer DMs, I answer emails, anything put in chat, of course. There are people who have blocked communication, and there are people who have removed us from discords. But that's entirely on their end.
yeah. No, I mean,
And
same. Like, if anyone wants to reach out, like, I think we're both pretty open to that. So yeah, feel
yeah,
free.
so if anybody has an issue with anything that we're saying, we're happy to discuss it. And by the way, you know, we're probably also happy to have you on stream. I mean, we got kidneys on stream, right?
I mean, I don't. Yeah, that was an error.
That was a mistake. Uh,
Yeah,
you know, but yeah, so generally, but I think the point is we're very reachable. So if people have feedback, kind of where to find us. And we're
unless
happy
you're on
to
the main
engage with
Discord,
that.
then you may not know where to find us. But
Well, the main Discord is not a place you can find us. Correct. Um, which relates, because I know the point was made that sort of affiliate streamers, are not. This is not something we initiate. I assume this was responding to something else. But that affiliate streamers, are not asked by OTP to say something about their game, and that's true. Um, you know, I can also say I've never been asked by OTP to say something specific about their game. Okay, but that's only half the story. Okay, because I have most certainly been asked and cajoled and told and ordered by OOTP not to say specific things about their game. Right? There is, after all, a reason that we're not in the main Discord. And
yeah.
so,
I mean, yeah.
I really do not think it's fair to kind of make the claim that affiliate streamers are free to express anything they want to. Um, as an affiliate streamer, there are restrictions. And like I said, they are free to say things. OTP is not going to tell them things to say, but there are things they cannot say. Um, and obviously this is a stream where we don't have those restrictions, you know. So, you get our honest opinions. If they're positive, they're positive. If they're negative, they're negative. But that, but that's kind of the nature of what we do. Um, anyway, yeah. Yeah. So I think other streams, like I said, other streams are bound by these restrictions. And I think that's up to them. I think there are advantages to being an affiliate streamer as well. Uh, but it does come with certain requirements. Um,
Yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, there's certainly, whether or
whether or
not,
not,
you're like, I don't want to say that like I've been explicitly told anyone like don't go on stream and say X because I can't remember that specific thing happening. Um,
um, well, I mean,
at least on my end, I mean maybe you have, but
well, the reason that I'm no longer an affiliate is because I reached out to I won't say specifically which individual, but part of one of the OOTP staff, and kind of let them know, I'm a bit concerned because here's something that we would feel the need to bring up on stream. I'm a little bit concerned doing this. What's the best way to handle it? And their response was, without responding to me, simply to de-affiliate and block things.
right.
uh,
Yeah. I mean, I was not. I don't know if I was. I probably
I think
was.
that was
Had been on
before
stream
you
at some point
started
at that point, or
this
was it before I
stream.
started.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't
yeah.
remember exactly the timeline, but yeah, that was. Yeah. Um,
So
yeah. No, I mean, Ezra. No, I agree. Like, there's. I don't. I don't. I don't want to. OGP is not like Big Brother, right? They're not like. You're not. They're not going to come after you for, like thought crimes or like even just saying things which are critical, right? Like as long as they're not like you know attacks, personal attacks, or like that sort of
no,
thing.
I mean, and by the way, they have every right to do it. Essentially, what you're doing as an affiliate is you are, the reason that we've talked about problems when affiliates give misinformation is because as an affiliate, you are a representative of OOTP. And so you should be expected to carry yourself that way. Like that's a fair part of the bargain, right? You don't represent a corporate brand and then trash that corporate brand.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably I mean, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, to be honest, I don't watch a huge number of streams. Like I tune in here and there when I have time, but I don't have like just infinite time. And okay, I don't watch like a ton, but um, you know, from what I have seen, there's kind of a variety of different kinds of things that people do. Right? There's sort of the let's call it non-competitive PT related streams. Stuff like pack openings or like theme teams or that kind of thing, right? Which are great. Like I have no problem with those. Not what I'm interested in personally, but like people enjoy it. That's a great way to play the game. Sure, no problem. Um, there's sort of let's call it competitive related PT stuff, right? Which is like talking about the metas at different tournament levels. Kind of like what you're choosing to run, why you're doing it, all that sort of thing. And then there's kind of just miscellaneous base game style stuff. Um, like the base game stuff is single player for the most part, or just like looking over transactions of online leagues. So there's not really going to be anything there which is like criticizing OTP because it's nothing to do with OTP. It's to do with like what's happening inside your online league, or whatever. Um, the ones where you're going to get criticism is when you're talking really when you're talking about the competitive PT stuff.
Right. Well, certainly on this stream, that's the
And
place
yeah,
where there would be discussion because obviously that's what this stream is oriented towards, right?
yes, I mean that is effectively the. I mean, okay, we sometimes do some random drafts and whatnot, but that's the purpose of this stream is to talk about the competitive side of Perfect Team.
Right. And
Um,
and I think from that point of view, this is part of where when I do end up disappointed with how things are executed, it's because I don't see these things as being in conflict. That is to say, I really enjoyed, streaming with Lap and getting to say, this is really cool. They released an Albert Bell this week, get to tell a story about the time that like I think I'm trying to remember who it was, but he got a teammate to like break into the umpire's room to get rid of the evidence of a corked bat of
oh
his.
yeah, who was the?
I'm
I know
trying
the
to
story. I
remember
forget. I
who it
forget the
was.
teammate though.
You've heard the story
Yeah,
though, right?
yeah. He like crawled over like through the
Yeah,
ceiling, right?
yeah. It sounded like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was one of these things out of a movie where we went through the vents or whatever. Um, but the point is,
I don't remember who it was, but
so
yeah, it
I
was.
enjoy that. I really enjoy that. Yeah, yeah. It was definitely sorry. I want to say
And
was
I
it Mason? Maybe it was one of the relievers. I want to say from.
can go look it up, I guess.
All right, I gotta look this up now. But the point, Jason Grimsley. Okay, was that okay? Thank you.
Jason Grimsley. Oh,
No, AZ
that's
Axel says maybe it was Mesa. Anyway, the point is that, so I enjoy that aspect of it. One of the things I've really liked with Sporer is that it's clear that he has kind of a deep appreciation for the history of the game and brings up a lot of these cool things that, give me a chance both to remember stories I, heard once 30 years ago, or also just stories I had never seen. Right.
yeah.
Um, but at the same time, the place that kind of we feel pretty strongly is you can also release a version of Albert Bell that is well tuned to what the game needs for a card of that level. And that doesn't conflict in any way with getting to enjoy stories about Albert Bell,
I will say I think
right?
Albert Bell in particular is not an
I
awful
don't think
card. I
that's
think
I
it's
don't
a
think that's an awful card. I was just giving an
yeah,
example,
but yes.
but the point is that you can enjoy all of the historical aspects of the game and getting to make theme teams and getting to remember some of the history without uh you know you can do that regardless of whether the cards are well designed. But on a stream that's about competitive cards, we're really talking about the back of the card, not the front, because that's kind of how the game is designed, right?
Yeah.
um
Yeah, so Mr. Wrestling, I think that's an important point. So actually maybe we can just talk about a card here because I think it's so Terry Turner. We got this Terry Turner card
sure,
this
let
week.
me pull up Terry Turner.
Um
Oh, okay. You know what? Let me sign up for it quick, and then let me pull up Terry Turner. There we
so
go.
I wouldn't say Mr. Wrestling that every card in the set has to be better than the last one. The last set. In fact, I think very often we're not really a fan of cards that are designed like that. Like there's a card this week. You know, well maybe Raridan's a decent example. I think Raridan's kind of okay. He's not like crazy overpowered, but he's a strong. It's a very strong card.
Oops.
Actually, maybe I mean a good example of a card like that where it's problematic would be something like Curry Foley or Chase Utley because they're just so strong that it makes it you can't go up from there.
Yeah, I think I got Turner pulled up for you.
So here's the thing with Turner. So in Diamond right now, most people are playing Utley at second because Utley is ridiculous, and the live mission Cal Ripken at short because he's kind of in the top tier and he's pretty easy to acquire.
Right.
Um,
I think I
so I've
think
got this.
I'm now giving up the defense and running Bregman, but
Yeah, Bregman's also an option, certainly. So I have Turner also kind of in this top tier of shortstops because this defense is insane. So Turner by himself is not creating power creep because the card I think is about equally strong as Ripken or Bregman or Herman Long is kind of the other guy I've got there. But Turner is giving you something new that is potentially useful. Right now, maybe you can argue that Turner would be an even more interesting card if you gave him second also, so we could sort of do this backup second short duty, which we don't really have a great option for at the moment in Diamond. Like Jordan Lawler is probably the best one, and he's not that good.
yeah, I'm
But
actually
Turner is
surprised there wasn't a future legend that fit that gap.
Yeah, but this Turner is a useful card without creating any power creep. Right? You can play this card. It will do something different than Ripken or Bregman or Long, but it will not make Diamond like
Right.
stronger. It will just
Well,
create
also,
another option
also
for
there
Jordan to use.
are, remember, there are tournaments with different formats as far as that there are different eras. There are different ballparks. It's much more the era than the ballpark that's important, but both can matter a bit.
Yeah,
There are tournaments with additional restrictions. So when you put these things together, there are also ways to create a reason that you should want to own a card, even if it doesn't necessarily jump the meta way forward.
right.
But more
And I mean, I
generally,
don't.
like when we were giving cards letter grades, the cards we always enjoy the most are sort of the like right around a B. One
Yeah,
where you have to, I actually don't like Chase Utley. Well, I don't love him as a
no, I
ball player, but I actually don't
no. The
like him
card's
as a
too
card
strong. It's too
because
strong.
basically
Yeah,
it's not an interesting card. You have to buy it, but it's basically just a tax on whatever formats he's in. Once you pay the Chase Utley tax, you stick him in your lineup and never think about it again. That's
right. No,
actually
and
not, to me, the interesting gameplay is the one where I have to make tough decisions. And so I should, like a really well-designed game is something where I have to make difficult decisions and I get feedback that tells me those difficult decisions had an influence on the outcome,
yeah,
right?
I would say there's another. I mean, because we've talked a lot about having playable cards. I think you can also release interesting cards that are not playable cards. So an example from this week was the Carl Lundgren.
Yeah.
Right? I don't have this Carl Lundgren really anywhere close to being playable, but it is certainly a uniquely shaped card. There is no other card in gold that looks like this card.
If I
Um,
were stats based, I would play this card long enough to see why it was awful.
right, and so there is a reason for this card to exist in the game. Right? This card is doing something, even though it's not very good.
Right.
Um,
And actually this card will be really good 4 months from now.
it's possible, but probably still not.
Well, probably it'll be superseded by something.
But
But
yeah,
this
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 shape might
card
be
will
better.
be
Yeah,
more playable 4 months from now.
yeah, but like this card, I don't think this was a playable card, but I'm glad this card was printed because this is a card that is actually doing something that is different from all the other options, right?
Right.
Like, yeah. Um,
Yeah. So I think that's. So yeah, I there are other reasons. We'll talk about power creep in a second, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, so when we talk about kind of things on the competitive side of the game where something different should be done, you know, that's not to say there aren't other aspects that are enjoyable. It's just that it's not an either or kind of thing, right? You can print a Carl Lundgren that looks like this, and you can print a Carl Lundgren which is completely overpowered, and you can print a Carl Lundgren which is, an absolute F minus minus, and you get exactly the same historical value out of the card. You can tell exactly the same
yeah,
stories about Carl Lundgren,
which were
right?
interesting. I mean, I didn't know much about Carl Lundgren. I knew he had the card last year, and I learned more about him because of this card, and I looked him up a bit, and okay, that was kind of fun.
Yeah,
So yes, the numbers on the card made no difference to that,
right. But the
particular
point
thing.
is, because they're independent of each other, what you should want in a game is you should want both. And so I think that's kind of where we're coming from is you want all of these aspects to be done well. And different people care about different aspects. I'm not particularly a card art guy because I'm mainly looking at the back of the card. There are people that, really do see the game a lot as like a card collecting, neat card art kind of game. And for those people, it makes a huge difference, right? Um,
Yeah,
I wanted to show nice card art when I did this, but the image doesn't seem to be loading. Maybe I should try a different baseball reference.
I mean, I've generally been a fan of most of the card art this year. You can actually read the names now on the dead ball cards, which is a great change.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, yes, that's. I guess I do actually have a card art criticism this week. I guess
Really? Okay.
that I think may be impactful.
Wow. All right. I definitely want to see this then because I'll pull up my
Um,
my
well,
yeah.
let's just
Which
do it
one do you
now.
want me to pull
Let's
up?
Let's just do it now. Babe Ruth.
Oh, the fact that it looks like an LE but isn't, you mean?
Yeah, I saw like 3 or 4 questions during TWIP. Is Babe Ruth and LEs? Babe Ruth and LEs? Babe Ruth and LE? Says limited edition on it.
Well, no. It says limited Eon.
Okay, fair enough. Um, but this is
Um,
isn't. I mean, I don't know what you do about it because I mean this Ruth was a limited edition. Uh, this is what his art looked like in 23, but it's not. So I'm not quite sure what the answer is here. But I think there should be something which makes it a little bit more clear that this is in fact not a limited edition card.
that's true. And because the card title says throwback series, but even that, in principle, you could have a throwback series card that is also an LE.
Yes, there's nothing which would prevent that in theory.
Um,
I guess you would slightly prevent it because you have to have they couldn't have the right subtype because they can't have both of them. They can't have that throwback subtype and the LE subtype. So I guess
speaking
maybe
of
that
which,
prevents it, but
the one that actually got me this week was discovering that the Future Legend Mission Edition cards are not Mission Edition cards.
correct. They're future legend cards.
Yes, which only gives them half of the chemistry value.
Right.
Um, Plus, you don't get chemistry with the live missions.
Correct. It's also it's weird. I don't understand. Maybe someone can come up with what's happening here. So if you for a live
Could
card
you
in
move
the
my
future
mouse so
legend card,
graphic loads? Does moving my mouse make the graphic load? It doesn't.
moving the mouse sometimes does weird. Like if you hover over something, it sometimes freezes the timer for some reason. I don't know that.
So if I do this again,
It's a very buggy game.
okay, that this isn't working for me, but also I've got a potato of a computer from a hotel room connection, and so I think I'm lucky if the thing doesn't crash on me.
Okay, so this is the weird thing with so a live card and a future legend card get a same decade bonus, which makes sense,
Right,
but they do not get a same year bonus, which doesn't make sense to me.
right.
Um,
Because the future legends are still listed as 24.
yeah. Now
Oh,
two
no,
live
no,
cards with
actually,
each
no,
other.
but actually, but we do know why that's the case. It was the same reason that last time around for the era restricted stuff,
Yeah, I assume so. Yeah,
they were behaving differently for card the things that were listed as to live, like
yeah,
defensive era to live or whatever. We're splitting the two as well.
yeah, yeah. It was strange. Because the
Um,
live cards have a special like live card bonus instead of the year, I guess. But the future legends and lives don't share a year. So I don't know. It's a bit odd.
um,
Mr. Black, that bug, that resize bug was. I haven't had that issue in a few versions now. I think 22 was the last time I had it, or maybe 23. I had it. 23. I
I've
had it. I think.
definitely had it in 23. I'm trying to remember if I had it early 24, but it's definitely gotten better.
I haven't
However,
had it at all. Yeah.
I've had resize crashes in 25, but I think the resize crashes in 25. So what I think is happening, um, although apparently unless I give them a full stack trace, I'm not allowed to submit a bug.
Yeah. That
But
that that
what I
sounds
think is
funny.
happening is that there are a bunch of memory leaks, and that
Oh
resizing the
yeah.
window basically triggers trying to grab twice as much RAM before it releases it, or something like that.
Oh, that's horrible. But seems very much up there in their style. Um, have you, by the way, looked at those logs at any point?
No,
They're rather verbose, and I cannot imagine that. I imagine the performance penalty from having those logs on is high because
yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, um, I know we're 45 minutes in and haven't talked about cards yet. This is what we always end up doing somehow.
We have talked about a few cards. We're just kind of going randomly around.
Um, okay, I did though want to get address the other aspect of kind of what Lap had said. Um, so I think there were two other points that Lap made, which again, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I think at least our stream does disagree with pretty strongly. You know, um, I think the first is, this is a competitive stream. At least, I mean, Isidafo, you can speak for yourself. For me, I'm of the Herm Edwards school of game playing. Uh, you know,
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind losing. Losing happens,
oh,
but
I hate losing. I now it's baseball. I accept that I'm going to lose the vast majority of the time because, you know, I have at most a tiny edge even when I'm playing well, and you're playing a bunch of series in a row, and so you very rarely win. But exactly, Mr. Bud, you play to win the game. Hello?
no, I will say I think reacting well to losing in terms of like changes you make to your roster is a tremendously underappreciated skill in this game.
It is because, and this is, I think, one of the places that the modeling is important, is because it really helps you to try to figure out um, whether you're losing because you built something wrong or whether you're losing because you got unlucky. Because
Yeah,
separating it's hard, and separating it using the in-game, information is even harder in some ways.
yeah, and
So,
also I mean
yeah,
understanding that you won because you got lucky because that definitely happens too. Like
absolutely. Um,
I mean, I won a weekly this week with a roster missing like 10 cards. I just got lucky. It
Oh yeah,
happens.
that we won that Friday draft or whatever we did a couple weeks ago that we thought was one of the worst drafts we had done on stream.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
so you want to tell the difference, but the point is, at least this stream, I do think, again, anyone who wants to listen is welcome to listen, regardless of whether you agree with us. But I think the intended audience for this stream is very much people that are kind of looking to improve their win rate. Uh, you know, um, like that is kind of the way we see it. And I did understand that there was a sense that, maybe it's not as fun if you're modeling, that, just kind of trying to find, look up the best answer isn't as fun as exploring a bit. But I think it's important to also be honest about where it's at. That is to say, yes, every tournament has a different stadium and different rules and all that. But the complexity just means that the correct answer is complex. It doesn't mean that there isn't a best answer. I think there certainly is a best answer. And if you want to win, your goal is to arrive as close to that best answer as you possibly can, you know. Um,
yeah. I
and
mean,
yeah,
I think the other thing, which is, I think that kind of idea, which I think comes somewhat from a misunderstanding, at least misunderstanding of what I'm trying to do with modeling. At least, so the way that I build rosters, right? I have a model. There's some format. I ask the model, okay, what are the best third basemen in this format? Okay, and it lists, it will list them all, right? It will give me a war, or I do wins above average, doesn't matter. Wins above average number for every eligible third baseman, right? It will tell me all of them happily, right? And then I look at them, and sometimes it says like one of the third basemen is way better than the rest of them, and you have to play him. Okay, I play him. But sometimes it tells me that there are four third basemen that are all about the same. And then I have to figure out which one I want to play. And which one I
right.
want to play is not just staring at the model and saying, oh, the model told me this one is 0.001 wins better than this one, so I'll play it. Right? Then I have to do the same thing that you do without a model, which is think about all the other things which have impact on the game.
Right. Well, yeah, that's true. And
Yeah.
I think also there's maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding of sort of what the models are doing, in the sense that, so it is the case that for there's some people whose version of a model basically starts by taking statistics and then running regressions and so forth to ask to ask based on those statistics, what would be the statistics for a different card? And if that's the sort of model making that you do, then if you change the format, every few days, you'll start to come close to defeating that kind of model because you don't build up enough statistics, until you kind of get to see a lot of data from the new format. The kinds of models that we've built really work differently. Like, I don't take any data. I think Isidafo, you mentioned, I mean, we took a little bit at the start just to make sure nothing, what had changed, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I still collect some, but I use it primarily for, let's say, like macro environmental stuff, and not so much like projecting specific numbers of home runs or whatnot.
Yeah. So I guess the point is that, for that kind of model making, where what we're doing instead is just sort of saying, here's how the game engine works. Based on how the game engine works, what will it do if you run it with these settings or those settings, right? Um, Actually, the more complex you make it, the better for us, right? The more that you give us
Generally,
a
yeah.
format, the more that you give us a format that nobody's ever been able to take data on before, actually, the more of a competitive edge there is. Because all that involved is just, twisting a few knobs differently, essentially. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
but
sometimes if the format is really, really weird, like if it's 1870s, stuff starts breaking.
right. But actually, the reason the stuff breaks in the 1870s in part was because when we did those 1876 tournaments, we discovered that they didn't actually play like the historical 1876
Yeah,
data. So we kind of
but
had to learn the things
even
that the
if it,
game engine was doing that weren't 1876 like in order to model.
yeah, even if it had, I mean, the defense stuff was also so different that I don't, yeah, I don't know that just like applying the usual model. I mean, that was also 2 cycles ago, so things are probably different. Would be different now in 1876. I'm sure we haven't had an
I,
1876 tournament
yeah, I
since
think it'll be fun to
23.
bring those back, but um,
Yeah, I mean, certainly this year with PBAB not being quite as oppressive, 1876 would be a much more interesting. Like last year, I think would have been kind of silly.
right.
Um, but this year, I think it could be interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Um, so yeah, I think anyway, so I think that's, but I think otherwise, look, it is a stochastic game. There is obviously a significant amount of luck involved in baseball, right? And certainly in short series like we're constantly playing. Um, but at the same time, look, the models do win in the end, or actually rather, would I, being more clear, the better cards win in the end. In the long run, the best roster is going to win, and the models generally do a good job of helping to predict what the better cards are going to be.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I
and
mean, for the most
so,
part, if you have a model which successfully tells you which cards are in the top tier, that's like more or less good enough.
um,
Like,
I think that's true until you see shapes that you really haven't before. For the weird interactions, you probably need a little more.
yeah, but like most of the time, if your model is reliably telling you like these are the 2 best cards of the position, these are the 3 best cards of the position, this is the 1 best card of the position, like that's 98% of a successful model.
Yeah, it's probably fair. Um, I think there are more complex issues this year because a lot of what I'm doing now is also playing around with things that are going to involve chemistry, and that becomes highly computational. Even if you
Yeah,
had
yeah,
no
no.
model,
Once,
that becomes highly computational.
yeah, once you get to the chemistry, it's a whole different animal.
Um,
The chemistry is, yeah,
yeah, but that's, but anyway, I think, you know, so this is where I feel a bit stuck because, and by the way, I appreciate what all of the streamers, both affiliates and non-affiliates, do. Everyone's giving their time to do this. You know, uh, Everyone's doing for that for at most very little compensation. And obviously on this stream, the way we've set it up, we intentionally don't ask people, We intentionally ask people not to sub or anything. We don't show ads. We're intentionally taking zero compensation. We're doing this for fun. You know, uh, but I think all of the streamers really are doing this because they love being part of the community and kind of playing a role in it. Um, and so, you know, but I do think I do get a bit stuck because basically, what am I supposed to do then when what's happening is that people are getting bad advice that not only will cause them to lose, but actually maybe even more importantly, to not understand why they're losing.
Yeah.
Because in the long run, there are some people who are going to just be happy to play a history of baseball game, not competitively, but there are a lot of people that do want to play the game competitively, and if you want to play the game competitively, uh, you know, you need to be able to track your results. You need to be able to understand the things that are doing that affect them, and you need to be able to do the things that improve those results. And the problem is basically a community that sort of won't deal in truth is just not sustainable. So that's I think the place where I do disagree. When we're disagreeing with some of the affiliate streamers, it's not because we disagree with their opinions. That everybody's entitled to their opinions. Everyone's entitled to find the game fun or not fun, or find aspects fun that I do, or find aspects fun that I don't. You know, um, but when we start kind of in an official capacity giving out misinformation, that in the long run is really damaging to the community because in the end, that's what's going to cause people to leave. Um, you
Yeah.
know, it's
I
like,
mean,
it's like, in the early days of the poker boom, right? There was plenty of advice out there. Some of it was good, some of it was lousy. But if you started, in very official capacity, teaching people that certain hands are lucky and just win a lot, you know, in the long run, that's going to be bad for everybody.
well,
Um,
so people playing the people who think seven deuces is good because it's lucky.
yeah, but the ones that are playing it poorly also won't last very long, and you won't kind of get a healthy community, and then it sort of shrivels up and dies.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That really, if you want to make a sustained living, you'd rather the bad people be more subtly bad.
Yeah, the
Which
reason
is sort of funny.
no the reason that Texas Hold'em has been such a brilliant poker game. So as a poker player, I always hated Hold'em, honestly, for exactly the same reason I'm about to mention. You know, the reason that Hold'em is such a brilliant game is that it kind of works like blackjack in that, as long as you're making only sort of aggressive mistakes and not like the silly, fold bot type mistakes, if you go play for a couple hours, you'll have a winning session about a third of the time if you don't really know what you're doing. And that's about the rate that people do in blackjack as well. It's just kind of a good, sustainable way to shear the sheep instead of like kill it.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, because this person just comes and lose all the time. They're just going to stop. And
right. For the
yeah,
same reason, the game I spent the most time playing, initially was Omaha High Low, and then eventually different mixed games, because I was finding games where, the edges were a lot bigger, basically. In Omaha, you get a lot of 90-10
yeah,
edges. In Hold'em,
yeah,
you can
makes
almost
sense.
never get into situations like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you do run into some kind of selection bias issues where like maybe people are smart enough to realize they shouldn't play Omaha if they don't know what they're doing, but
Yeah,
I guess probably
yeah,
not.
because Locosino added a 000 to the rule about
Oh
wheeling.
God, that's hilarious. Oh my God, no. Can they not think of anything more creative than just putting more zeros? Like, you gotta come. They gotta come up with something a bit more creative than that, right? Like, if you're gonna start adding all this stuff, like four zeros, 5 zeros, like
Yeah.
I don't know, put something else on there, like spice it up a bit. I don't know.
Um, yeah. But basically that's the, that's, I think, the problem I have. And so, and one thing I want to say, kind of to his credit, every time I've seen Lap stream, when he doesn't know something, he doesn't authoritatively say say something he's not sure about. He tries very hard not to do that. And so when I'm talking about streamers that are authoritatively saying incorrect things, he's not the person I'm talking about.
No, I
Um,
think the kind of the way what I said last week, which I guess I can say again, was like, there, like Charles and I obviously disagree about cards sometimes. Um, but most of the disagreements stem from like we think there'll be different numbers of left-handed and right-handed pitchers. We're gonna structure our rosters kind of differently. It's not really a disagreement about like how the game functions.
right.
Um, but some of the disagreements things that I don't agree with about that various of the affiliate streamers say are substantial enough that sort of there has to be disagreement about the core functions of the game engine. In some case, just the core functions of mathematics. Um,
Yeah.
and at that point, you know, I've put in a lot of time trying to understand how this game works. I'm not going to tell you I have it perfectly 100% solved because I don't think I do, but I'm relatively confident that what I've got is in the right area. And if the
Yeah,
disagreement
I
with
think I
that is
feel similar.
large,
Yeah.
I start getting pretty concerned that it's heading into the wrong area fast. Um, so yeah, I think that's sort of
By the way,
where I'm
sorry,
at.
you posted it in every Discord we're in. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, so I think, so in that sense, I do stand by the things that we said in previous weeks. I do think it's important to distinguish between how the game works and unfounded theories that aren't effective for predicting how it works. I think it's up to everyone who plays the game to decide what they want to get out of it. But at least in my view, I don't think these things are incompatible. I think you can enjoy the history of the game and try to win, rather than enjoy the history of the game X or try to win.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And
Um,
actually, I think this is an important point. So Mark said, yeah. So I think Charles and I we both have a fairly long track record of success in the game in various tournaments, league, whatever. Um, I do not think that means that you should never question the things we're saying.
no,
Um, we have been wrong a lot about tons of different things for a ton of
Ichiro.
different reasons. Ichiro, I mean, Votto last year, we both were not convinced Votto was going to play. Played the whole cycle, right? I mean,
Yes.
like we get
I
stuff
will
wrong. It
say
happens.
Votto, at least I feel better about. So Ichiro, I really just did not expect kind of the league scaling to work the way I thought it was going, the work to work the way it did. Votto, at least I think we both correctly figured out that it was the best card VR, but there were five lefties at the time, and we just decided it was going to be out of the meta. So we at
Right.
least
Right.
we at least evaluated the card correctly. It
Yeah.
just,
Yeah. Georgia was another good one. Yeah. I definitely missed that one. So like
no,
we
no,
miss
no,
stuff. We make mistakes.
Nolan Ryan. It's funny because Nolan Ryan. You know, I guess we each still disagree on that one, right?
Yeah. I mean, I no longer have him as the best starter in the game because Bieber is just basically a better version of Ryan. Um, but yeah, Lenny Randall. Yeah, I mean, like we miss on cards. We probably reviewed last year. I don't know, at least 1,000 cards, if not more, for the
Yeah,
course of
what?
the
Probably
cycle.
probably 1,500 ish. Yeah,
Like we're gonna miss some. That's why, like, I don't, if you print the same reason, like if you print some cards that are really bad, print cards that are really good, like mistakes happen.
sure.
It's
But I
it's
guess what I'd
yeah,
also say is, and I'm happy to engage with these, but the discussion needs to be. I think you missed on Nolan Ryan because this is actually what he's going to be facing in league, rather
right,
than I think you missed on Nolan Ryan because did you see how many no hitters he threw?
yeah, or like Nolan Ryan is good because
Because I played him for 70 innings.
Well, no, or like something along the lines of, Nolan Ryan is good because the times when he gets lucky and doesn't walk batters, he's really great. So we should play him in certain kinds of tournaments because he's going to have higher variance in other cards or something like this, right?
Right.
Like that's, I mean, you said those are some words, but the words are just sort of mathematically not correct, and so it's not a coherent argument
Right.
as to why
Well,
Nolan
no,
Ryan may
no,
not be a good card.
Mr. Wrestling. Given that we were on completely different pages on Nolan Ryan,
Someone
at
missed.
least one of us missed on him pretty badly.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty clear.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not sure we ever conclusively figured out kind of which. I'm trying to remember. I remember the last card I remember us disagreeing on really, really sharply last year was that Van Haltren, right? Where
Yeah.
you
Van
had him, I
Holtren.
think, as the top option. I had him not even top 10. And I think we ended up concluding he was definitely not the top option, but
Definitely a top option.
probably a top 5 option.
Probably someplace in the middle, but then he got clobbered really fast by, was it Josh Hamilton, I think?
I forget. Yeah, yeah. Either way, he got clobbered
Yeah.
pretty quickly afterward. But
Yeah. But
and
yes, no,
actually,
I
if I
mean,
run
like,
my updated model on Van Haltren, I still don't have him as good as you did, but I have him better with my latest version of the game engine than I did at the time I looked
for
at him last
24,
year.
you mean? Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess I
yeah.
could
For
look
the
at
latest
24,
version of my
but
24 game engine, I have him better than at the time I looked at him in 24 live.
yeah. Yeah, I could go look, I guess, but probably I would
I mean,
have,
when I say latest
I
version,
doubt I would
I'm
have
not
gotten
still
him.
updating it, but I just mean
Yes.
knowing the changes I
Most,
made between then and the end of the year.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I think probably that's going to be true. Most of the time we disagree to that level, the answer is someplace in the middle. Like most of the time. Not always, but
Yeah,
um,
seems reasonable.
yeah.
So anyway, I think that's kind of where we're at. So, um, and if it turns out that that means we're at war with the community, that's certainly not my intent. Uh, you know, but at the same time, you know, this is a stream where you're going to get our honest opinions on things, whether or not they're what affiliates are allowed to say. Um, that is the advantage that we have by not having these constraints. So, uh, and
Should
yeah,
should we look at some cards, or we got more kind of newsy
uh,
stuff?
then we can mainly look. Oh, actually, sorry. So I had told people in chat I would get to these. So maybe there's one more. Oh, actually, two pieces of news. Actually, should we talk about common errors first, or okay, another thing? Actually, I can tell people. But should we talk about combinators first, and I'll get to the other
Yeah,
one?
whichever. Sure, it doesn't matter to me.
All right. So I saw there were a bunch of discussions, in the chat about combinators as well. I think it's worth talking a little bit. We did this a month ago. We told people kind of what it was doing. It didn't get so much traction. I think now that that discussion is being had a little bit more seriously, I think it's worth kind of showing a little bit of our work on this. So maybe this would be a good way to kind of describe it. Okay. Let's pick your favorite tournament format, just so we have something to talk about. I don't really care which, but let's just pick one as an example.
Mm, doesn't really matter. I don't know. Should we pick say silver?
Let's say
Just
silver.
open
Okay.
silver.
I mean, no, sure. Just, the point being just to be able to like talk about cards.
Or maybe bronze. There's been a lot of talk about bronze. Maybe bronze is a better one to do.
All right. Again, it doesn't really matter in the sense that for all these
I just
discussions,
know
it's
there's
going to come out about the
there's,
same.
there's there's been a lot of discussion about various bronze combinators and whether or not they're worth,
Okay, good. Let's
time.
talk
So
about bronze. Let me pull up a bronze because I don't think I have a bronze roster built because I don't think I've built one
oh,
recently.
good.
And
Maybe that's not a good choice.
no. But that's fine because I mean a model's fine for this anyway.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
I was just gonna it's just I wanted to be able to mention the gap between different cards. So let's pick as an example here. Who's somebody's favorite bronze card in the meta somewhere? Let's just start by working with that, and we'll just take a card as an example. Um,
Um, do you want like a good card or just kind of a middling
no.
card?
Let's take a good card that you think is an important meta card. I don't know. Stevens, is that a good one to pick?
Uh, Maybe Stevens is not a great choice for combinators because it's such a
Oh,
defensive card and it's a little bit
because it's
hard to.
hard to combinator him.
Yeah. Well, also that, but it's also it's defense is the hardest thing to tell what the combinators are doing. So maybe pick a. I guess Dunn maybe just the best hitter, right?
Yeah, I was trying to come up with one that'll be an easy model. So
Uh,
we could look at done if you want.
yeah, Vince DiMaggio I think is a good meta card. It's an
Sure. All
option.
right. Let's pick Vince DiMaggio. That's fine. All right, Vince DiMaggio. Again, we can do this with any card. I just wanted to kind of have one to talk about as an example, right? Um, so let's start by kind of pulling up what the base card looks like. Okay. Um, so here's a base. Just come on, load. Here's a base Vince DiMaggio, right? Um, And obviously, you can see the reasons that this is a card that we're interested in bronze. It's a center fielder with wonderful defensive shape and a viable bat. You know, um,
It's yeah.
viable at the level where
No, I
watching
just
him.
the Vince McMahon was yeah. Yes, no. DiMaggio is. I mean, I definitely have
It's
him at
not
the
an
top
excellent
top
bat.
concept.
It is what it is,
No,
right?
yeah. I mean,
Um,
just I guess maybe just to start off. So
so what I was
I
gonna
have them.
go ahead.
I have DiMaggio as the top center fielder by about half a win.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to run something similar, and I was
Just like kind of base
running into
DiMaggio.
problems of being able to load things while streaming. But
Yeah.
I seem to remember I had him as top by between a quarter and half a win. So that
Yeah.
sounds like it's in the same ballpark as what you have. Okay.
Sure.
Now that is a level 0 non-combinator demand, which I guess we should say a level -1, right?
Level -1. Yeah.
Because even buying a base combinator is actually a boost uh over this version of the card, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what you're getting. That's what you're getting for a level 0 DiMaggio. Now, let's say we were to get a combinator version of Vince instead. Okay.
Sure.
I probably should have done this for a combinator I have, except I have very few. Because what I
Hold on.
wanted to do was show you what
I can do
happens.
an estimate certainly, or probably find one.
We can
Give
make
me
an
a sec.
estimate. Yeah, what I wanted to do was to kind of show you how does that change his ratings, and then what would that give you? What would that give you based on changing his ratings? That's kind of what I was going to show you is basically, let's say you buy a combinator version and start leveling it up. How many more wins is that going to be worth, for the investment that you're putting in, right?
Okay, I found a DiMaggio combinator if we want the exact numbers, but
Sure.
I
Okay.
can
Yeah. Good. So at level 0, what do we get out of DiMaggio?
level
What is that?
0. You're getting a 2-point boost to every rating except only one to avoid K.
Only one to avoid K, 2 point to everything else. And what does he get for the outfield range?
Well, it doesn't say because it
Oh,
doesn't say for
it
defense.
just gives you a center field rating. That's right. It tells you his center field
Yeah,
rating is going to go plus a
he's
few.
plus one in center. So let's just give him one range.
Let's say you give him one range. Okay. So what I was now going to say is, can you make that adjustment, run your model again, and basically tell me how many more wins you're getting by taking the level 0 combinator DiMaggio version.
Give me a sec.
And I'll say, while you're doing this, I've done this for a variety of cards, and roughly speaking, the answer ends up being, I don't know, 0.4 or something. Sorry, Mr. Black, I didn't mean to move the market on DiMaggio specifically. I was just trying to pick a sample card to like walk through.
It's gonna. I mean, we're just looking for the difference. It's gonna be the same.
Yeah. The differences are going to be similar for any of the cards we pick.
Okay, did I do that right? I think I did that wrong. That seems like Hold on a sec.
I'm curious how many
Oh.
bioorders we're now going to see on DiMaggio. We're not going to get the bioorders till after we tell them how much it's worth, clearly.
Okay.
I could pick a different card if you want.
No,
I
I
just,
got it
you
now.
know, you got one. Okay.
I just screwed up. Okay, I have him another half win now ahead of the level
Okay.
0.
So
half
level
win ahead of level
zero, you've
-1.
gained a half win. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Now, let's say you also invest and get him up to level 5, so you max him out.
Sure.
So now what's that? What does a level 5 Vince DiMaggio look like? I really wish I had a good way to illustrate this, but I'm
Oh, I can
yeah.
send you a screenshot probably.
Okay, but then I have to figure out how to share the screenshot, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You
Okay.
know, no, actually, I bet if you share it in Discord, I can share your version instead. Should we do that?
It'd be actually tricky because I'm realizing that there's a bit of a problem.
Okay. If you send it to me in Discord, I will figure out a way to pop it up on screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so Mark A, we're gonna get to chemistry in a second as well, because there will also be a chemistry boost in addition to the individual player boost. So you're gonna get an individual player boost, and then you're gonna get a chemistry boost, basically. Right?
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
You know what? Let me see. I think I do have a handful of combinators. Should I pull up a different combinator?
No, it's okay. I got it. I should have one now. Oh, goodness, I'm everywhere. I don't know where this saves these things. Okay, here we go.
Got it. Okay. See,
So
this is the other thing I love about streaming with Lap is he's so organized.
Yeah,
You
we
know, he
are
would have had like
not.
slides ready to, you know, to show all of these immediately. No, I mean that seriously, I mean this as sincerely as possible. I love streaming with Lap, and that's part of why, I'm allowed to disagree with him on things. Like, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be on speaking terms until the Flyers are eliminated from the playoffs. Well, but all right, good. You got a version?
That's the level 5.
Good. Let me figure out how to share that. I think this will work. Hold on. Trying to see if there's I'm just trying to find the best way to share exactly what I'm going for. Aha. Did this work? Except I need to make it bigger somehow.
You can see this is a very professionally run stream. We definitely know what we're doing.
Absolutely know what we're doing. Or possibly not entirely. Here we go. Is that visible?
Yes, that looks visible.
Okay. So this is what you're
To me, at
getting
least.
for a level 5 Vince. And then if you were to put that in your model, now how many wins is that worth compared with the level -1, so the non-combinator version?
This one's kind of on the high end. This one is like 2.5, maybe even a little more.
Okay.
But
I'm
making an estimate on the defense to be fair. So
right, yeah. So it could be okay. So that one. So I agree.
Let's
This
say
one's a little bit on.
Let's
Yeah.
say 2.5.
Okay. So basically,
Let's say
you're
2.5.
getting about 2.5 wins in order to go. You're taking about 2.5 wins to kind of go level 5 on DiMaggio. By the way, Mark, I don't think it takes much effort to research teammates. It takes cost to kind of, get the cards you need. But what you're seeing is that there's several people at every format that have a team of full combinators, with many of them at level 5. So it's definitely something that people are willing to do.
It
Um,
depends on the card because there's some cards that are really like the Negro League cards right now, for example, are almost impossible to boost because they have no teammates with anybody. Uh, and some cards are really easy to boost because they have a ton of teammates.
right.
Um, so you can always sort of just short circuit this by buying high diamond combinators because they will basically level up anything. Um,
Right.
but
Yeah, there are different options,
yeah,
but the point is it's clear that the cost, although it's prohibitive as far as being able to kind of earn points, we'll get there in a second, is not prohibitive in the sense that nobody is willing to do it. So I've also got,
yeah,
if
I think
anyone
there's
wants
this.
it, by the way, I've got a just a CSV file I can send you that has a list of all pairs of teammates. I should
This
update it because I haven't done it for cards released in the last few weeks. So I should update it and then send it if you ask me for it. But I've got a CSV I can send that has that.
there's this
Um,
one as well. Hold on, me.
but anyway, the point I was going to make is I think that 2.5 for
Uh,
Vince is on the high side. I think the average that I've seen is probably closer to two.
yeah,
Um, let's
this
pose
thing
this.
also exists, by the
Okay,
way. But
okay.
this thing is a bit. You need to be careful with this guy because it also lists when they're teammates in the minor leagues and some other weird stuff.
Yeah, that was. I had to do a lot of cleaning on this. So,
Um, it's a bit of a pain, but
um,
it's not challenging exactly to get them. It's just a little annoying.
okay, Mark, you do have that one. Yeah, no, I should come up with a more user-friendly version of that. It's just I need to kind of take the time to scrape stuff again, and I've been a little bit otherwise occupied, trying to become less a member of the calculus club, technically.
Yeah, we don't
Well,
like calculus around here.
not when it's in your gallbladder. No. Look. I should have expected it, right? Every single time I've flown on Air Canada, I didn't arrive with everything I took with me.
Oh, I think you
So,
just cut out.
can you hear me?
No, you're back. You cut out
Okay.
briefly there.
Oh, no, I said every single time that I've flown Air Canada, I didn't manage to arrive with everything I had when I left. So,
Maybe you should stop flying Air Canada.
yeah, I know, but this is still a little bit extreme, you have to admit.
Yeah, that is a bit much.
Um,
Did they let you keep it at least?
I didn't ask.
I
I don't know what would you do with that? I mean,
don't know. It's kind of cool.
you get what? Put it in formaldehyde and like keep it on a shelf or something? I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
I feel like doesn't that give off like some sort of serial killer vibes?
What's the problem? Who doesn't have a human body part or two in their home?
No. Anyway, okay, so let's say 2 wins is out. Like I said, Vince seems to be a little bit better even as far as what you get, so he's one of the slightly better combinators. But let's say 2 wins. So let's imagine
Yeah,
now if I have a team of full combinators, not really getting 2 times 26 wins because you do have to fill out a full depth chart. So I'm
right.
probably getting the full 2 wins times about 14, maybe. And then
Yeah,
I'm
plus yeah,
probably getting, more like 1 win or so for the players that are, having bench roles or relief pitching roles.
yeah, that seems fair. So let's say about 40 wins then, something like
Yeah, I
this.
think, yeah. So let's say something in the 40 win range. So a team of full level 5 combinators is going to be worth about 40 wins over the same team with no combinators, just from the skills. Okay. Now, on top of that, you also get chemistry. And um, I don't know if we've actually gone through our current estimates on chemistry. Mine for a full combinator team would be in the 1.5-ish win range per. I don't know where you're at.
I definitely have less than that. I would say probably between a half win and a full win ish.
Okay, I'm getting it to scale more quickly at the high end, maybe than you are, but it's obviously limited info, and so
Yeah,
there's a lot of guesswork on both of our
there's
parts.
yeah, definitely guessing.
Um, Okay, so let's guess then, splitting the difference between ours. Let's guess you're getting an extra 20 wins or so from chemistry.
Sure. Something like that.
Okay, so what that says is a full combinator team is basically 60 wins better over 162 games than another one. Than an average, than the non-combinator. Now,
Right.
if I have a full meta team, right? If I have a full meta team, I think I would expect to try to get a win rate, I don't know, in the 55% range, maybe.
Yeah, it depends
It's hard to
obviously
do
on
too much better than that.
depends on the format. Some formats it's very hard to do better, and some formats it's very much not hard to do better. Um,
Um, so from that point of view, you know, how would 60 wins is just a lot, right?
60 wins is a lot.
Um, 60 wins means that like you're going from, 81 wins to oh, you can do the math.
Yeah,
No,
60 wins is a large number of wins.
yeah, 141 win team would be big.
Now,
Now,
the thing is that
it probably doesn't quite scale, and for the
yeah,
same reason, well, for the same reason that you find that you always have a negative Pythagorean when you're winning 150 games a season in rookie or something,
yeah, you're trying to
basically
cut out.
because what?
No, you're just cutting out a bit now more often. Not quite sure.
Sorry. Let me
Audio.
see if there's anything I can do on the connection here. Like I said, it's a hotel Wi-Fi thing, so I'm just doing the best I can. Yeah, so
Yes.
a 60 win, bump probably actually means a bump. You probably wouldn't be a 141 win team. I'm guessing you'd be around 135 just because, you tend to win a few blowouts and stuff, and so your
Yeah, I
Pythagorean's
think
below what it should be. But
probably also my guess is kind of the effective win rate is a bit lower than that even because like your win rate will not be helped as much. Like you'll still beat up on the bad teams sort of close to as badly.
yeah.
So you won't like we won't get that much help in those kind of games.
Yeah, so I
So yeah,
think but I think you would be about a 135 win team if you started out 81 and 81.
yeah.
Um,
I think I tried to do this earlier this week and I got like 125 or something like this. Um, but
so that
yeah, so,
125 would be
yeah,
771 winning percentage.
yeah,
135 would be 833.
yeah. So let's say 80% win rate. Let's just something like this.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, it's actually considerably worse than that. Uh, because let's say you want to play a 7 game series, right?
yeah. Now you're just. I mean,
Right.
you can do the figure it out.
So now you kind of now you have the problem that you're dealing with a team that's that much
Hold on,
better.
I have a thing. I can find the
Actually,
number.
so do I. Here, in fact, I can link people to a calculator. Here's one that'll do different combinations if you want,
Okay,
right?
man, but sure.
Um,
Probably it's not a hard problem. Certainly.
yeah. So let's say that, team A wins 75% of the games, right? Um, then that team will win 93% of the series if it goes 7 games. Um, and again, that's against a team that's just as good except doesn't have combinators. So a lot of what is sort of saving people somewhat right now is that some of the teams that have gone full combinator, I don't think have had quite a good enough model to pick the right combinators. So they're a little bit, further behind maybe than they should be, from that point of view, right? So they won't be a full 60 wins better. But the problem is, you're starting off kind of, well, yeah, exactly. Their models will get better. That's one thing, right? Then they will be 60 wins better. But also, the problem is just 2 wins is a ton. So, like, for example, who do you have? Let's just say as a two-way center fielder, who do you have as 2 wins worse than Vince DiMaggio?
I have to
I
run
need
the
to
thing
I need
deeper.
to run mine deeper because
Yeah, I do
that's
too.
well outside my top 10.
Um,
But if you
okay.
give me a moment, I'll be able to tell you.
I have a number of cards in that range.
Yeah, just pick
Maybe
one, you know.
maybe Will Venable is the closest. I
Okay.
don't know that card.
Well, I don't know the card, but I know the guy.
I've heard of
Uh,
him as a player. Yes.
no, we went to school together. So
Oh, okay. That's
I always thought he was more of a basketball guy, though. It was funny to me that he ended up in baseball.
I guess.
Um, you know,
Well, okay, so Mr. Black, I wouldn't say this is easily achievable because getting all of these cards to level 5 requires
it's
a
achievable with a lot
large
of
expenditure.
expense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for what it's worth, it looks to me like yeah, if I go down 2 wins, yeah, it's a lot of cards I'm not anywhere
Yeah,
close
I mean,
on.
I can give you some other cards, and I've gotten that range too.
Roy Hartzell.
I think I've Hartzell even lower. I've got
No, I
I don't
yeah.
know, various guys: Cesar Geronimo, Algie McBride, Walter French. I don't know, these random cards. I don't know any of these cards, but
Uh, yeah.
actually, Venable's a decent one because his shape is actually pretty similar to DiMaggio's. But
Yeah,
like, you
actually,
can just
maybe I should pull up Venable just for
see how
comparison
much
to kind of
fabulous he
show.
is.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong. Um, but anyway, yeah, I think the point is, yeah. So, Mark, I think 75% is probably what they're close to what they're hitting now with suboptimal combinators. And I think with optimal, like I said, I think it's going to get up to more like 83. Even slightly worse because remember that if you run a full meta team, you're actually not starting at 50%, you're starting a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Um,
To
okay.
be clear, we're talking here about game win rate. Um, like once you
Correct.
start talking about the
Series win
series
rate
win
is
rate,
much higher than game win rate because you're playing a longer series,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So, and if you're winning 93% of your series against meta teams, then you're actually going to win like a daily reasonably often, which I think is the reason. I think there's one team that won the gold cap. Someone was saying 5 of the last 6,
yeah.
which
It's
which
not. It's
which
something like full
actually,
gold
even with a
combinators.
full combinator team, means they're getting a little bit lucky, but like they're not getting unreasonably lucky. They're getting, probably 2 sigma lucky, not 5 sigma
Yeah.
lucky.
I mean, if you're winning 93% of your series, you're going to win a daily like 60% of the time or something.
Yeah. So it's not crazy to win 5 out of 6. You have to get a
No.
little bit lucky. Um, yeah, that's right. So that is the deal.
But the thing is that, I mean, right now, so okay, I have the increase for gold DoDs. I have the increase from a 50 to 75 from a 50 to a 75% win rate as being worth about 25 packs a day if you're kind of filling your 2 slots consistently.
Yeah.
So that, if you're going to spend 1 million to 1.5 million points on this team, you know, it will take you the whole cycle to make 1 million points off of the quicks.
Right.
So you'll have to make the points off
Well,
of the dailies and the
but that
weeklies.
that was the problem we mentioned last week, that sort of you never get the points back, but you
I mean,
also can't compete. So you've ended up in this situation where is you sort of ended up in this situation where, to compete in tournaments is actually costing you resources the same way competing in league does. But that means you're out of places other than like, market type spec. You're sort of
well,
out of places to actually earn points.
so by my very very rough estimation, with the values of the current tournaments, if you queue nothing but like the dailies of one tournament type, right? The gold, silver, bronze, whatever, and you have
Yep.
like the full commoner level 5 team, and you queue the quicks also of that type, you make your points back in about a month.
Right.
But what you give up in exchange is you can't qualify for any PTCS besides the one that you're queuing for constantly. You
And you
can't,
have to and you
like,
have to be paying more points to keep up with power creep.
right. You have to keep up with the nuke stuff all the time. Um, so the opportunity cost is really, really big. And if you factor it in, you probably don't make your points back ever.
Yeah, I mean, you remember there was a team that did that, right? There was the Value City Viffers that did that really effectively in Diamond for the first half of last cycle. Um, but then they sort of didn't get the chance to play much of anything else because they put all their resources into maintaining preeminence in
Yes.
Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the problem that like sometimes the meta cards are mission cards, and you can't get a combinator. So then you're even taking a slightly less win percentage than this would be giving you, right? Um,
Yeah, but that's actually where I think gold helps you. Is apart from these live missions, it's likely that the next time mission cards are going to be important in gold is going to be whatever the build a lineup version is for this year, assuming there's something like that.
yes,
Normally mission cards don't kind of hit too much at that level.
usually not, but I mean sometimes, yeah, but usually not.
But here's the problem, though, is you mentioned power creep. Well, this is actually the other place it's going to break because normally what you'd say is that the solution to this problem is you power creep your way out. There are three reasons I think that that's not going to happen. Um, the first, unfortunately, is it seems clear that at the moment the content design doesn't really fully understand what the game engine's doing. So in order to get the power creep to be gradual, you kind of have to have a good model of the game engine to work from, right? That one I think is eventually fixable. But you've got
Well,
two
I guess
we've got two other problems that I think are really going to kill you. So the first is the way combinators work. Combinators are multiplicative, right? That is to say, you notice I try to put that back up, but things broke last time. But basically the bigger ratings we're getting more of a boost from combinators than the smaller ratings, right?
yes, except
Um,
PBABIP, but yeah,
because PBABIP, so yeah,
yeah.
because PBABIP's a constructed thing because it's the whole movement and shape and pitch score thing. It's
Oh,
crazy.
there's
Yeah,
this is a weird one, by the way. So I've got my Swindell, my
yeah,
Swindell at level 3, or level 2, I'm sorry, has 79 movement, 86 PM run, and 68 PBABIP.
yeah.
Okay, at level 3, he has gained 2 points of PM run and 2 points of PBABIP, but his movement is the same. Can someone explain to me why?
Because you made a split here, clearly. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, um, yeah, the point I'm trying to make is basically, if you have a multiplicative thing, so that bigger ratings scale more, what this means is in order to make power creep outpace combinators, the jump that you need every time you improve a new card has to be multiplicative, not additive, right? If power creep consists of, every month you make cards 5 points better, you basically start to, the combinators eventually just outpace that and last longer and longer. So what it
Yeah,
means
and
is
I
the power
think
creep that
it's
you need has to grow not linearly, it actually has to grow exponentially in order to keep up with this.
well, but I think also the problem is that the chemistry is also multiplicative.
Well, chemistry is also multiplied. Right, that's true too.
So
So the problem is basically when you combine those things, what it means is power creep actually has to, power creep basically has to now be exponential. But you really can't do that because, well, first off, you're going to run out of range very quickly. But second, one of the things is Isidafo and I've kind of continually hinted at, and probably at some point we should show our work on this, but it's just a bit depressing to go down that road right now. Um, as the power levels start to go up, we're going to be very quickly in a regime that looks nothing like baseball.
You made a good word choice there.
Which baseball?
No,
I'll let you go for this.
no, you said the power levels are going to go up. I agree, the power levels are going to go up.
Oh, that's certainly true. Um, uh, yeah. The point is basically we're going to be in this limit that's very unbaseball like when we do that. And so kind of for both of these reasons, it's difficult to power creep the way out of it because first off, there is a cap to how much you can power creep. And as we discovered, as Spore kind of found last year, when you start to hit the cap, it becomes very difficult to properly make cards that reflect, like there was just no way to make a Juan Soto that both looked like Juan Soto and was an excellent card because there wasn't any space in the rating scale to give him the kind of eye that would have made it work.
Oh,
Right?
I think that this year, the way the engine is, even if we ignore combinators and we ignore chemistry and we
Oh,
ignore
things are still
rating
going to break.
caps,
Yeah,
you still can't do it.
I
But
agree
that's
because
for another time.
right that this is the problem that this is the other problem we told people about that they're going to ignore for 3 months and then they're suddenly going to go, oh crap, why didn't anybody tell us about
Yeah,
this?
I don't know when it's going to hit, I will say, because when it's going to hit is going to depend on what the rate of power creep from the other factors looks like.
Correct.
But it will
But
hit at some point.
it will hit and it will be entertaining.
No, no, Zukas, this doesn't fix it. Like that actually makes it worse because of the way the engine is. That idea, like the
Yeah,
suspend combinator is fine, but the giant power creep exacerbates the problem because the engine is broken.
correct. Basically the problem is there are other issues with the power creep that even with normal power creep the game is going to break.
I mean, it's really only one issue, but it's a very bad one.
Yes. Well, the one issue is the game doesn't resemble baseball.
It does right now.
Yeah. Um, let's Gabagoo. Is there explain it like 5 version of OTP 25 so far? Yes, go find your favorite Marvel streamer. um, yeah. Oh, did they say anything about the PTCS formats? I hadn't looked because like the problem with like spending a week in the hospital this time around was
No,
I'm gonna miss qualifying for a bunch, so I hadn't looked that closely.
no, they should be announced on Monday, uh,
Okay.
along with the cards. I my prediction um, is OOTP era cards in an early era.
Um, with an odd numbered cap, or was it an even numbered cap?
I don't remember. So one of them is apparently more interesting. I don't know.
uh,
Um,
that sounds reasonable because but then problem is I'm not sure what the content for next week would have been because
um,
I was guessing it would be like a build a lineup part one, except those
I mean,
are cards that are hard to make not apply to PTCS.
I was expecting Negro League 2 with missions.
Okay, so that and then you could do then you
And then
could
you do
do
OOTP era so you can dodge it.
yeah, I could
And you
see that.
also get like all the mission rewards like Pujols, Yates, all the FLs get
Yeah.
hit and are really strong.
Yeah, I could definitely see that plan. Um, yeah. So anyway, I think that's roughly where the combinator stuff is going. Uh, but the combination of needing an exponential fix and then kind of combining it with, the fact that power creep's going to break even if you do a linear power creep. Uh, Glad I'm not the content director. I don't have a solution to this one.
Well,
Um,
I think I've said my solution before. What I expect of a solution. I don't know if it's. Well, I don't think it's a good
you
solution, but I think
did,
it
but
works.
that would be so game. I mean, that's the kind of solution that would cause people like us to quit on the spot, right? That's the problem.
Yes, but would you be surprised by that fix, given the way the some other fixes to similar sorts of things have happened?
No.
Yeah.
Let's not discuss this. Let's not discuss this one. Uh, we'll
I,
do the
I
whole we'll do the
I
whole
think
mind wipe thing. If I knew how to play kitty kitty, this would be the time.
I did say it. I think on some stream earlier in like one of the first streams of the year. I said what I thought they would do.
Probably, yeah.
So if you want to go
Let's
find it,
decide.
I
Let's
guess you
decide
can.
we're not going to do that. Um, in all seriousness, I don't know if Spore kind of still listens to these, but if you do reach out, we're happy to try to talk about ways to head off the cliff. Um, but you should be aware that it's coming.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, print Tony Gwynn now. Let's say that.
no, print Tony suck now. Come on. Whatever happened to that? Wasn't the whole point that it was going to be like an early release card so that there was a room for it in the meta? And
And now we got this other 40 catcher. This Rudy Kemmler.
we did. Who's the best 40 catcher and the worst 40
He sure
catcher?
is. Well, I mean, I could on Monday he may no longer be the best 40 catcher in theory, but
That's true.
um, PT I that PT's reward should be combo. Sounds like it's time for everyone to quit playing. In all honesty, uh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's just like basically if you aren't snowballing instantaneously, you just give up.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that, I mean, the problem is that, I do think that the view of where OTP is headed is probably closer to the point Lap was making on stream. Like, I do think that, to the extent that there are talking points, they really are along the lines of, you know, look, if you're going to pay money, you should expect to have a chance to win. If not, you should, play around, try funny things, but, don't really expect to win because it doesn't matter, and, enjoy the history and the art and the card art.
Which
Um,
I do enjoy to be
and
clear.
I do enjoy those aspects, but if it's a game I can't compete in, at least for me, that would just cause me to pick a different game. Um, but that seems to be the direction things have gone. So, um, yeah.
I I just had a very strange visual bug of some kind. I finished second in a gold quick. Okay. I got one pack, but two packs showed up and then one of them immediately disappeared.
What would have happened if you opened them?
I don't know. It was gone before I could do anything.
Clearly, you're supposed to open them quickly.
Apparently.
Uh,
I've never seen that happen before. That was really weird.
right.
Okay.
Anyway,
Sorry.
so I think those are most of the news items. So we could talk about some cards. Actually, I do have one more news item, I guess, just on a personal note. Which is, now that I'm out of the hospital, because apparently it's, considered bad form to make these decisions under the influence of heavy narcotics and all that. Um, but uh, but I actually am going to be moving back to the US at the end of the summer. So it will hopefully make the streaming a little bit easier Friday nights.
Well, yeah, in terms of time, that's certainly the case. Yeah.
Uh, so I've decided to move universities, and I'm going to be in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Missouri. So,
Oh, you cut out just as you were saying where you were going to.
ah, can you hear me again?
Yes.
Where were we? All right. Anyway, I was gonna say is so starting at the end of the summer, I'm gonna be joining the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Missouri. So, uh,
Wait, I did it again. We didn't cut out for the stream. It's just for me. Oh, it's Missouri. Okay, okay, that's fine. I got it. You don't have to say it again.
clearly the stream does not want anyone to hear where I'm going.
Oh, it must be some. It must be some internet thing to like the Discord call then, because it's coming through your OBS, I guess. Fine, but
Okay.
not. Yeah, that's just me. Okay, well that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind having you cut out here and there, as long as people in chat can hear what you're saying. That's all right.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, really excited about it. I've
Yeah,
loved my time in Denmark also, but I had been looking to come back to the US. And so, I have to figure out. So as a Sox fan, I guess the answer is I'm allowed to start liking the Cardinals, but not the Royals, or I'm not
mm,
quite sure what the protocol is.
I don't
Because
know.
I think I'm about 2 hours from both St. Louis and Kansas City.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Um,
don't know. I mean,
because I grew up in Philadelphia, so the Phillies were always my second team. Because the thing is, as a kid, the Phillies and Red Sox would never play each other. So you could somewhat be a fan of both. And,
yeah, but I mean, now everyone plays every other team every year. So
yeah. I mean, it's fine. So I've been to Busch Stadium a couple times, and I always liked it. I've never been to Kauffman, but obviously I'll go, now that I'm out here. Kauffman
yeah,
looks like a neat place to take in a game, though, doesn't it?
yeah. I've heard that the Royals, I guess, either they want to do some like major renovation on Kauffman or replace it or something, because there was some they tried to pass like a tax for it and it was
Yeah,
rejected.
I think that's what I heard.
Um,
Um,
but yeah, I haven't not been to either of those two. So I don't really
yeah,
know
and
anything
and
about
and,
them.
and so,
But
sorry about the Illini thing. I have to figure out. I didn't realize I have to figure out who the rivalries are because again, I hadn't. I'm sort of just coming
they're
here, but I guess I had always thought the rivalry was supposed to be Kansas, and then now like
but they're in the
SEC
SEC
and now
now.
SEC
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah, so I didn't realize Illinois was also the rivalry. Um,
but they're not really close to other SEC schools, are they? Like in terms of geographic distance.
geographic distance, I think not that close, right?
I guess
Trying to
like
think who would be the
Arkansas maybe is the
Arkansas. Yeah, I
closest.
mean Fayetteville's probably the closest SEC trip.
Yeah, probably.
Is that right? Or
Uh, um,
okay, Fayetteville. Okay, Fayetteville's further than I'd realized. It's actually almost 5 hours south of
huh.
here.
I guess Kentucky could be closer if it's
No, no,
maybe.
because it's because
That's the
they're in
wrong side.
Lexington, right? They're on the other
Yeah.
part of the state. Actually, I wonder how far away Nashville is, because like no, it's still a little further.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
learn
I
these
guess
things,
there's
I guess.
not really
Uh,
anything. Hmm. Yeah,
no, well, Champagne's definitely closer.
Kansas
Yeah, I
and
mean
Louisville.
geographically, I mean.
Yeah. Missouri had that they had one good team in basketball like 10 years ago. They were a 2 seed, and then they got beaten in the first round, right? It was the
Yeah,
who
that's
was
right.
it? Which team was that
Was that
that
the
beat
Hampton?
them?
No, Iowa
Oh,
State
it was
is the
it
one that
was
lost to
Norfolk
Hampton, right?
State, I
Thank you.
think.
Yeah.
Norfolk State beat them, yeah.
Well, this year the basketball team was awful, but
Yeah.
you know, but I guess that's fine because right, because as an undergrad I was someplace where the basketball was sort of okay, and football was non-existent. So
Right.
can try to
Yeah. Well, should be fun.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited about it.
Congratulations.
I as my I did really enjoy Denmark also, but I have been looking to move back to the US, and I kind of really like the sort of college town type atmosphere of Columbia and all that. So,
Yeah. Well,
and it's also
hopefully
an
you
excellent
end up
department.
enjoying it.
Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, that'll hopefully make the timing a little bit easier at the end of starting at the end of the summer.
Yeah, I guess we'll probably end up starting more like this time a lot, I guess.
Yeah.
If you keep doing this.
So, oh, GSG, you
Yeah.
went to Mizzou also. I see. So, oh, you're seeing the basketball.
Yeah.
I assume it
That's
gets
funny.
better, but uh, but yeah,
I mean, now you
they
just
actually went winless this year, I think, which is hard to do in a major conference, right?
yeah, I guess they need to find someone with a lot of money. That's the way to win in college basketball now.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Um, anyway, I assume there's a solution to the basketball thing. Fortunately, they're not hiring me for the basketball, so
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I forgot that the Negro League Museum was in Kansas City. That would be a really neat place to
Oh
go
yeah,
to also.
I've always wanted to go there, but I never
I
never made
didn't
it
know
to
much
Kansas City.
about it until actually the OOTP tie-in. I sort of started to hear about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, when did it? I think it gained a lot of prominence at some point. They did some kind of was it with MLB the Show. They had some kind of something or other. I think.
Or something, yeah. Um, yeah, I'll play an iron. Why not? What's the worst that could happen if I sign up for an iron, right?
We better sign up fast. Those seven slots
That's
are
what I
not
was
going to
just
last
noted.
long.
That's what I was just noticing. I better sign up. Yeah,
Yeah,
58 out of
it's
64, and it only opened. It didn't really open an hour ago, probably, right? Because it waited for it to fire.
yeah. It opened about 20 minutes ago, probably. Yeah.
I'm still trying. I probably shouldn't even try to qualify for iron. The problem is I just missed a full week, and so I think I'm going to qualify for like three or four of them, and I'm going to come 10 points short of like six of them. And I probably should just give up and focus, but
Yeah, yeah. I think I've got all of them. So I've been playing most of the weeklies this week, which has been kind of nice.
that makes
Uh,
sense. Yeah,
but
yeah. If I hadn't missed a full week, I think I would have been fine. But
yeah, yeah. It's the 5 week ones. I mean, the 5 week ones. You definitely even if you can skip a full week and still make them. Like it's very
the problem is I sort of skipped a week
yeah,
because I spent a week playing weeklies because I knew I could skip a week, and then
right. And then yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I do
Um,
wonder when the tournament cards are gonna come out. Hopefully
that's right.
pretty
I
soon.
remember Quinn Snyder had some good teams. Uh,
Mm. Yeah, that's what you need. One of the Walmart people would be great. They have lots of money and they can help the basketball team win with it.
yeah.
That's very helpful.
But anyway, yeah, no, it's a really pretty campus as well. But also as much as I like the town and the campus, the truth is the reason I'm coming is because I really like the department. So
Yeah, well,
you know,
yeah.
I am supposed to be a physicist after all.
In theory.
Well, more experiment. You know
Fair
what?
enough.
It's not really. Let's call it phenomenology.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Uh, which is kind of what we're doing here, right? We're basically making an effective field theory for yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
Thanks for stopping by. It's good to catch up. Actually,
Oh yeah, I
it's
see.
been
All
some
right,
years.
good. Just in time. I think we should start talking about cards because eventually we do talk
All
about
right.
cards on the stream.
Yeah, we can probably breeze through them fairly quickly. I don't think there was a What did I just do? Okay, that's fine.
What did you do, or did I hit the wrong
I
thing?
no, I clicked on something on Twitch by mistake, and well, things went haywire, but I think I fixed it. So,
Okay.
all right. Anyway,
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, yeah, Tucker. So right now I'm a professor of astrophysics at the University of Copenhagen, but I'm gonna be moving to Mizzou to the physics and astronomy department in fall. So anyway, yeah. So here we go. Good. I can sign up for one more gold, and then we should totally actually look at. So I think what we decided is we're not going to directly give grades, but we're going to kind of talk through everything. Is that what we decided the good
yeah,
compromise was, or?
I think just kind of try to breeze, just kind of breeze through the cards fast, and yeah, just
All
say a
right,
little
let
bit about them.
me pull up the list that we've got. See if I can do that and avoid crashing this connection. All right, should we start with the irons and all that as usual?
Why not?
Because we got two 40s. One of whom definitely plays. All right.
Yeah,
Or actually, I can just type baseball reference, right? Or I guess there are a few throwbacks, but
a few random ones. Yeah,
sorry, Rudy Kemmler. Um, well, most importantly, he's simply the best 40 overall catcher, right?
yeah. I mean, I think the question with Kemmler is basically, is he 4 points? Is it is are his four are his saving 4 points here over Wes Westrom better or worse than the bullpen? Right, like he's a lot worse than Wes Westrom for sure.
Right. But in a low cap, I don't think I care so much because there's some very low caps um where I'm kind of actually playing one of the 41s. Like I'm playing I think there was one I played like Hedges and Barnes even to save the points, which was awful, but I was
Yeah,
desperate.
I mean, Westrom is probably your starter in a lot of low caps, would be my guess,
Yeah, and if I
and
can
then this is
find
the
eight
backup.
points, I'd love to get up to Steve O'Neill, but I got to find 8 points to do it.
Yeah, Westrom is probably kind of good enough, I suspect. But yeah, I mean, Kemmler will definitely get play. He's the only 40 catcher. That's a useful card. Uh, so
So much for
I
Tony
mean, it's
Sock.
not good for anything else, but like you're not playing this in low iron. Certainly, you're not, nothing like that. But
See. Oh, I see,
it's
Tucker.
the
You
only
you were you
option.
were you were at Caltech. When were you at Caltech? Because I was a postdoc there, so I still have a bunch of I still go back and forth a lot. Um, yeah. More importantly, which house were you in? Actually, that's probably the important question, right? Okay, no, 2005. That would predate me. Uh, so. Oh, you were in Blacker. Okay. All right. That I get that. um no, I think if I had gone there as an undergrad, Blacker seemed like the one that would be the most fun for about 24 hours, but I don't think I could have tolerated it for too much longer. It was definitely the most fun in small doses. Uh so let's see. Anyway, right. So, well, some of the houses morph, but Blacker seemed to pretty much keep keep some of its traditions, should we say? Um, I'm just looking. Yeah, so I think I probably have Kemmler. By the way, in some formats, I even have him ahead of Westrom, in the right thing, like like in a low iron, I might just prefer him.
I mean, I don't think you're playing either one probably,
No,
but
No, I'm still just playing O'Neill, but I really want to find O'Neill and Needham, and then there starts to be a bigger gap. But both of those are going to cost you 8 points,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, yeah, the eight
Um,
is probably you're probably gonna because okay. The thing is, like the bullpen, you're always gonna want like Welsh and Trinkle and whatnot.
yeah.
So you're always spending a couple points there. You know, you're probably spending a hand. Maxwell, Hunt, those kind of guys. You're spending a couple. So
Well,
probably by the time you
there's another big problem there, I think, though, and this is the other one to keep in mind. Um, yeah. All right, Tucker. Maybe ask the question this way. Um, did you ever have something where you tried to fit a piano through a very small hole?
not gonna ask more questions.
No, Caltech always has interesting traditions. My father actually went there, so I also know a lot of the. No, Martin, not.
Yeah, that's
Probably shouldn't have brought some of these up. No, Tucker. I am not using a euphemism in that case. Uh, moving right along. Uh, anyway, yeah. So I have Kemmler. Obviously, is the best 40. I have him actually a little bit better than Barnes. Um,
Zavala tends to be kind of my favorite of those. Iron Guys is a 42, and I think Barnes is 41.
there's
But
another big advantage here that's actually, you know, I think underrated in terms of what you get out of it. So Kemmler is an awful outfielder, but just the fact that he is a legal outfielder means that if you're trying to build kind of open cap rosters that for some reason need to be 13 and 13, you're actually better off playing him than not having the spot in the depth chart.
yeah, I guess. I mean, the thing is that one of my like my best 40 outfielder, I guess maybe we should talk about Jensen now too, is this John Coleman, which is actually a pitcher.
Yeah,
So
I
sometimes you can
agree.
just like,
Yeah, because Coleman's
you know,
listed as a pitcher. He pitches a little bit, but he's really an outfielder or DH.
yeah, but like, if you're in some kind of emergency, you can't let him pitch. I mean, he's not the worst pitcher. Like he's better
Yeah,
than
he's a much
Foley.
better option than Foley.
Um, and yeah, Jensen I think is terrible. I don't have him anywhere near anything. Um, yeah, no interest in that card. Um,
Yeah, Woody
but
Jensen,
actually, I
we
don't.
can. So Woody Jensen, I mean, the problem is that the card. So in modern eras, not walking is a problem. In early eras, not only is the not walking a problem, but he's sort of the wrong shape, right? Because all that avoid Ks that he's getting, like he has this contact rating that basically says he'll hit for a reasonably high average in modern. But the problem is the average doesn't really get better in early eras when you stop striking out because he's
No, I
already
mean
not
it's
striking out.
just no bat, no defense. I mean, I like there's nothing here.
He's an
Like,
18 center fielder. Okay,
yeah,
all right. But you're forgetting that he also can't run.
okay, but he can sack bunt. So there you go.
That's true.
So
Oh,
just play
oh, yeah,
Coleman because
yeah,
Coleman
my
actually
father was in
is
Lloyd, by the way, Tucker. Sorry. Um, yeah.
all right. Should we
Anyway,
go on to the? I guess this is where the two iron throwbacks, yeah,
oh yeah,
plus
sure. Let's look
Edwards.
at the iron throwbacks. Well, I was going to say
We can do
something
Edwards
about my
first.
center field range, but actually, this is one of the things I'm worried about with like having had this surgery. Is apparently it's going to be like a month before I can even try to throw a baseball again. So I have no idea what the rehab looks like, but I'm probably not even an 18 center fielder for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected there to be like a tremendous amount of rehab, but I guess it makes sense that there would be some.
Well,
Like
the
it's
problem is that so I'm not allowed to lift anything over, I think they said 10 pounds for 4 to 6 weeks.
okay,
So that'll take some building muscle back. But the big problem is
sure.
like, because it's a core thing, like everything you do involves core, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So I'm
Yeah,
assuming, I'm guessing I'll be lucky to be doing long toss in 2 months. But if anyone's had like gallbladder surgery, and knows what the timetable looks like, I'd love to hear it because
I wonder if that's even in OTP. Is that like an option for someone to?
it's got to be in there. Don't they have like fell off a house or something? They have a lot of crazy
They have a
injuries.
lot of weird stuff, but I don't know gall. Maybe I don't know if it's gall. I've never seen it certainly, but I also don't play the base game ever really. So,
But it must be the same as like having your appendix removed. Yeah, different organ, but
oh,
like,
I've seen that. I've seen the appendix thing.
so I'm saying it must be basically identical, right?
I guess, yeah, it's probably.
Well, collarbone sounds rough. I've never done that, but I feel like I'm eventually going to do it because everyone I know that cycles competitively eventually breaks a collarbone.
Hmm.
It's just like, you fall off your bike and the collarbone is like the circuit breaker so that, stuff you really, really don't want to hurt doesn't get broken instead.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I broke my wrist like 5 years ago now, and it's still a bit like messed up. Like those joint ones seem like
If
they're
you break
really.
the wrong one, who was it? Was it Encarnacion I'm thinking of? There was one power hitter that just like broke a hamate bone and just never ever got close to being comparable again.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's also it's those. So I guess those little kinds of bones is probably very random too. Like
Is
you know,
Encarnacion the guy I'm thinking of? Or
I think Rosalind had something, some kind of injury. I remember, but I don't remember who it was. No, I think Sandoval had a hamate thing also.
maybe.
Not sure.
Yeah. Anyway, not going to be fun, but you know, what can you do, right?
We did both hands. Ooh, that's. I guess a switch hitter. Yeah, you'd be at risk for doing both of them at some point.
Wow, both hands is rough though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty brutal.
I mean, I've actually been really lucky with injuries in general, so that's why
Yeah,
that's
it's
why it's
good.
kind of new to me to try to figure out how to do this. But the one I'm kind of terrified of is, you know, what I've been told is that if you lose muscle mass but you don't realize it, like your muscle memory thinks you can do stuff that you can't. And so it's
Right,
really easy to then start like snapping ligaments and stuff because you just do stuff that you thought you knew what to do.
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Um, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was sort of the thing for me with this wrist situation. Like the initial break heals really fast, and then like the side effects just sort of lingered forever. So
Yeah,
I guess
I
that's
can
what
believe
the.
that. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to take it easy. I say having driven 16 hours in the past 2 days, a week and a
Right,
half after
right,
surgery. Well, because
right. At least,
the problem is I wasn't cleared to fly. Because
right.
if you
Yeah,
have a problem when you're
exactly.
flying, you're stuck in an airplane. If you have a problem when you're driving, you
Right,
can pull over and see a doctor.
right. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
maybe I'm not the best person to ask, but that's why like what I'm sort of terrified of is that I'm going to do something too quickly and then make something else worse.
Yeah. I
But
understand that.
especially if I'm moving back to the U.S. and have like one last season in Denmark, I want to try to. Yeah, I'd be
Yeah.
disappointed if I don't play. Right? Problem is I was supposed to be learning a new position this year. I was supposed to be learning second base, which is already going to be bad, and obviously this isn't gonna help.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something about that. I think at some point. Then that like, um,
Yeah, second base is
yeah,
hard.
yeah,
It's like you know how So I don't play football, but you know how tackles always describe like the move between left tackle and right tackle is like, they're both tackle, but like it's really hard because suddenly everything's
Yeah,
backward.
yeah,
So I feel like, having played short and never second, I played short, and occasionally third, but never second. And second, it's just like everything feels backward, right? Like,
yeah. I mean,
how do you
this
turn a
thing.
double play when you can't see the runner coming? Obviously, people do it, but
Oh,
but if you've never done it, uh,
no, I mean, yeah, it's always stuff like that where it seems like it should be very much the same, and then it isn't when you actually
yeah,
try to do it.
yeah, and like the other stuff is probably fine, but or the other one that's weird is you know, a lot of the like instinctive just where you should be on a baseball diamond just changes. Oh yeah, that's the other one, by the way, that if I ever were playing around with OTP code, I would love to improve the baseball fundamentals just a little bit on the you know, on the live animation.
I could go for more than a little bit on various things there, but
Yeah,
yeah,
no, yeah, no, but that one it just feels like, it's a lesson in like where not to be on a baseball diamond, you know.
yeah. Well, also, I mean, it glitches a lot. Like, there's a lot of just weird
No, but even apart from the
stuff.
glitches, there's just a lot of, like for example, that would be funny. We should do like a Tom and Amansky thing, watch a couple innings of a game, but just like tell the players what they should be doing. But like I'll give you an example of one, which also ends up being accidentally a spoiler, by the way. So first and third, one out. Okay. If there's a double play ball hit, the runner on third will hold.
Yes, yes, yeah, it's very silly.
Um, yeah, there's
It's
just a lot
very
of
silly.
animation stuff that, I mean, that part's just it's more funny than anything else. But if you're gonna,
Yeah, no, I mean, um, like it doesn't impact the
no, it doesn't, and that
competitive
that
stuff,
that
but
that's the flip side of, like I was saying, this is more a theme of, a stream about the competitive side. So if the
yeah, yeah,
competitive side, you know, you don't even need an animation, right? You're mainly
no.
trying to build a team, um, but it's
I
fun.
mean, I don't think I've actually watched a game yet this cycle, like in the animation and whatnot.
I do occasionally because it's the only way I've found to avoid spoilers. So if I want something spoiler free,
Ah, that's fair. Yeah,
then I have to do it by hiding everything, clicking highlights, and then going through highlights.
yeah. No, I've definitely I've done it for like Game 7 of PTCS finals or Perfect League World Series stuff or whatnot. But anytime like I always want to make sure I have enough time to actually do microing. So I just
Right, that's the problem. The
get
problem
the
is you're
result.
never going to do
Yeah,
it in a way that actually stops you from being able to make decisions.
yeah.
Uh, right. Oh,
Especially
right.
like yeah,
Yeah.
we got
Speaking of
a bunch of
decisions,
PTCSs. Yeah.
speaking of decisions, we got a couple throwbacks, right? A couple iron throwbacks. Bill Salkeld. So there are a couple things that are really interesting to me about this card. Um, None of them make me want to play him. I don't know if you feel differently.
No,
Uh,
no. I
but
mean,
the
it's
one, go ahead.
basically no. Like live Gary Sanchez is a card I have actually been playing in Iron, and this is just worse, like a substantially worse version of live Gary Sanchez.
Yeah. So I do have him as the fifth best DH bat in Iron. The problem is that several of the bats ahead of him kind of have to be DH. So then there's no reason to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have him actually even a little further than I think I have him eighth or whatever, but yeah, eighth. 1, 2, 3, yeah, eight.
Um,
But like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if he was second, he's never playing because Curry Foley.
Curry Foley, you probably DH, and even if you wanted to run Foley in the field, like I think I'd rather than find room to put Posada in the lineup.
Yeah, or I mean, or the Naruth, but the Naruth is kind of just a worse version of Posada. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, the Ruth I don't
How
really
they-
have anywhere.
I don't think they're lazy design, Mr. Wrestling. Like, because I mean, it's not like they just copied the stats from the ratings from the previous version and put them in the new version. Like,
but
this is a
actually,
brand new
but
card.
actually, the fact that they don't makes it interesting because what I was going to say is, this is the first card I really noticed, and maybe I should have noticed this with the others. But it was the first one where I clearly noticed that the card was entirely different. So what I originally thought is that they basically sort of took the card and then translated it, you know, but the shape of the 23 Bill Salkeld was not this shape,
No.
right? That card had more Babbitt,
Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot of power.
right? But it had more
Uh,
Babbitt than this. And
yeah,
so what I originally thought was that you'd actually be able to use these to learn a little bit about how they're translating. Like I thought I'd actually be able to use this as an extra data point to kind of
right.
confirm that, so if I thought I understood the 23 engine and I thought I understood the 25 engine, then in principle, I should be able to tell you how to translate a 23 rating to a 25 rating. And so I thought that this was going to be a way for me to kind of verify that there were no surprises. What I discovered is it's an entirely different card. It's still
Yeah,
Bill
yeah.
Salkeld, it's still 1945, but it's not just a translated version of the Salkeld that we had. There are some other things that have been done to the card.
No, I mean, so it's interesting because they are a bit restricted in some ways on these cards in that they have to be, as you said, the same year and the same overall as the cards were in the game they came from. So it makes some cards just very, very difficult to print because like the engine has changed from when they were, and like you can't print the card at the right overall anymore because it just doesn't match up.
Right. So the fact that they have to do that, I think, is why there's a redesign in the card. But it's just worth pointing out that kind of this was the one where it became clear that it's not an attempt to translate the shape of the card. It's rather an attempt to create a card that has the same card art, but you know, is otherwise potentially entirely different.
Yeah. And then we get to Ruth, who is like very similar to his 23
Yes,
card.
he is. He's an unusable pitcher, unusable hitter that people are going to overrate because they look at the power and yell about being limited edition when it's irrelevant. Because actually, for this card, it's not limited edition.
I mean, I have him as the third best VR hitter in Iron, but he's behind two other guys who have to be DHs, and he has to be a DH, so it's just not helpful.
I actually don't have him anywhere close to that high.
No, just VR. I mean, his VL bat is
No, no, even
horrendous.
VR, I don't have him that high.
Okay, but I mean, even like third doesn't matter, right? Posada and Foley still kill him.
Because like
So
this card's quite a bit behind Salkeld, for example, isn't he?
I don't
They've
no
both got 90 power VR, but
no
Salkeld
Ruth
has.
has more than 90
Oh, sorry.
VR.
Oh,
Ruth
sorry.
has like
I'm looking at
120
the
or
overall.
something.
Sorry, I'm looking at the overall
Yeah,
game. Sorry about that. Let me.
I don't think I own one. I guess I could buy one now on the 200 points just to see.
You know what? Let me refresh the card list and try a version of that again, just in case it. Oh, hey, there's a Harmon Killebrew we should talk about. Um. Anyway, yeah. So I think Ruth. I don't think he's playable.
But somehow a combinator of him sold for 130K. Not sure how that happened, but
You know, it
it's
only
it's
it
it's
only
excellent
takes one
historical
buyer.
accuracy
It only takes
because
one buyer.
in 23 the card also sold for 100K more than it was worth. So
Yes.
good job on that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Look, it helps us as long as people are willing to spend points on things that they probably should, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So, all right. Johnny Edwards. Well, it's not a really L. It's not an Ellie. Johnny Edwards. Obviously quite a bit better versus righties. I think I was on and off kind of catching some of the stream. What was the historical thing he had done in this season? I just didn't catch it.
He led in putouts. I'm sorry, putouts in a season.
Oh, put it okay. So that because I was gonna say because looking at the shape, it wasn't obvious to me sort of what he
Yeah.
had done, and that makes sense then. Um, okay, so do you have him anywhere? So I've got
I
him
mean,
second best VR, but I still want to play Steve O'Neill.
I have him. I think first VR. Um,
This,
like I
this is
he's
probably
kind of
because you
like
like his defensive shape better, a little better than I do.
yeah. If you want a defensive catch, if I want a defensive catch, this is the one I would play. But I've just been playing the bats cards like the Sanchez I mentioned earlier, like Mike Diaz and Cal Neiman. There's Steve Yeager, who's kind of a mix of the two. So I don't know. Edwards seems okay, but you have to platoon him and not amazing, just kind of okay.
So I will say there are not a lot of lefty starters in iron. So I don't
Yeah.
think you have to platoon him, especially if the partner is O'Neill. If you think
Well,
this
what I
is a
mean is,
slight upgrade over O'Neill, then you know catcher's sort of as a free platoon in that sense. You just play O'Neill versus all the lefties and a third of the righties or
yeah,
something.
yeah. I guess that's fair. You just have to have someone who. I mean, okay. I guess what I mean to say is, Edwards can't be your starter VL.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm trying to think what lefties you're playing. You might be playing Sherry Smith, and you're going to see a few people try Brett Anderson, but I think more people are running him out of the pen.
Yeah. There's this Mike Miner. I think is kind of okay. He's not great.
I think you're
Uh,
giving up too much compared with these righties to do it though.
but yeah, I mean, cards like Brizolara, I really like. Um,
And then
particular Coons,
also,
McDaniel, those kinds of
yeah,
guys.
and then there are a couple
Yeah.
lefty relievers that are pretty good.
Uh, yeah, are a few of those.
Um, yeah, so I think when you put it together, I do think the card's playable. I don't think it's a must-have. Um, but I definitely could see a use for him.
Yeah, especially I guess I've been playing like I said this live Gary Sanchez a lot, and if he gets worse or is no longer an iron on Monday, then Edwards would get a little bit of a bump, I guess, from
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I think this is a good example of what you were mentioning earlier, where you can print a card, which has use, but doesn't like necessarily power creep the meta significantly. So I think
Yeah,
this is a well printed card from that point of view.
definitely.
There there are things you can do with it. There are things you can do to skip it. So you actually have to make a decision about roster construction. And to me, that is the fun part of the game. I'd much rather this than the card be overwhelmingly strong or overwhelmingly weak. This is what I'd like to see as
Yeah, yeah.
much
No,
of it as
I
possible.
agree. I agree.
Um, all right, should be some bronzes. We got two bronzes, both of which are kind of fun to talk about. So Carlos Silva. This is one that I think is going to be interesting for some of the modelers. Because you're now, one of the things we had realized at the beginning of the year is that, you know, interesting things happen to the scale at, sort of on the high end, right? So I think a lot of modelers are going to overrate this card initially, but I also have it as a fairly strong card. Like I think both of those things are true, if that sort of makes
Um,
sense.
yeah, I mean, I have it kind of in like the fourth tier, like 15th best starter or something. Um, I think yeah, if you get some kind of environment, I mean, one of the things that I think is still a question for me this year is, you know, one of the consequences of giving everyone 4 daily and weekly slots is that the average quality of the teams in dailies and weeklies has decreased.
That's true.
And also that teams react to meta changes more slowly. And so, in a situation where the meta is heavily I based and the meta is changing quickly to try to drive more towards I, then Silva's going to be very strong. But if the meta is sort of stagnant, Silva probably is not getting better ever. So it's still to me a bit of a question what the rate of meta shift will look like in this cycle. Is it going to be? I mean, right now there's basically none, but is it going to continue, or will it actually sort of start to pick up as people get more of a familiarity with the 25 engine? And I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I think, part of the answer depends on how quickly people are able to get feedback on what's working, right? I mean, this is part of why I think it's doing people a disservice to sort of talk about this is the good PT25 shape. That there really are a variety of shapes depending on exactly where you're at power level. And the meta is going to respond to them too. So based on where I see the meta currently going, so remember that one of the other differences between our models is that your model seems to be optimized for the average opponent that you face, and my model is optimized for late rounds. So ones that are closer to meta, right?
Mm.
So I have him in the top tier. Like the cards I'm most interested in running, like him, Evaldi, and maybe even like a Bill Lee with that shape starts to be interesting for the same reason, just because of where the meta is going. Which is funny because I would not have wanted to run Bill Lee even a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I have this better than Lee.
It is better.
I will say
it's better than Lee, but
in early eras, this card is going to be extremely strong, probably, like in the 1920s or something.
Yeah. Although then you're going to run into a card like Nick Strincevic, where you have less control, but the extra PBABIP starts to make up for it. Because there's so many balls in play. Right. I think they're still better than Strincevic.
Yeah. Probably, but yes, Strincevic does definitely get a lot better in that kind of environment as well.
And then the other question is sort of how splitty this card really ends up being. And I think this card is a bit splittier than it looks.
Definitely. I mean, I'm not super concerned with the PBABIP, but actually the home run and the control both are pretty splitty.
The home run is the control. I actually think the difference
so
between
high
172 and 162 is a lot smaller than it seems.
Yeah, it's probably so high it just doesn't matter.
But the home run's a fairly big change. And also,
especially if he's going to be facing lots of guns and stuff. That's very scary.
I do think the 74 stamina may end up being completely fine, just because he should be really efficient with pitches.
Yeah, 74 is plenty of stamina.
So Mr. Wrestling's asking why you can't just use real stats. I think
they do.
The stats are used as part of the input, but
that's where the base of the cards comes from, is the real stats, and they get adjusted by hand to fit the engine, in theory.
Yeah, but you do need adjustments for a few reasons. One is that there is this intent to have power freak. So a card that you're going to release as a perfect at the beginning of the cycle should be like credibly an excellent player, but should be weaker than one at the end of the cycle, right? So that's why they use it sort of more like shape than whatever else, right?
Mm-hmm.
But another big one is actually one of the places that things started to get silly was when we took the stats too seriously in small sample sizes. And there are a lot of stats in baseball that just don't quite equilibrate.
Even over full seasons, they don't. So very often.
Right. But even in small sample sizes, some of the times that you get a really weirdly shaped card, it's because a player had, 50 at-bats versus lefties that year, and then we took it really seriously and gave him reverse splits, when the rest of his career he had standard splits or something like that.
Yeah, and so this is you, Mister. So you could try to do it that way, but the problem is then that the late game cards, like the order in which the cards get released every cycle, will be identical all the time.
That's also true. Yeah.
Right? Like Willie Mays will always be the last center fielder released in every version of the game if you do it this way because he was the best center fielder. Uh, you know, so at some point it just gets, if you play for number of cycles, it gets kind of boring. It's more interesting to have different kinds of players released at different times.
You could make a Mets Willie Mays.
Yeah, they have actually. There was a good Mets Willie Mays one year. It was an iron, I think in 20, was it 23? I think it was 23, like during the Moonball 23 part.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, and also the other problem is that you end up in a situation where sometimes, um, like left-handed shortstop is a really good example where there's like you have like two good left-handed shortstops, which are Pop Lloyd and Arky Vaughan. That's it. That's all you got. Um, so you can't just like throw them wherever they quote unquote belong because it will mess stuff up. Right? You have to actually be very intentional where you put Pop Lloyd and Arky Vaughan.
Right.
Um, so it's tricky. I mean, there's not like I don't want to say there's a right answer to how you do that, but I think you have to have something more sophisticated than just saying like we're going to pick seasons with these stats and hope things work out. Because also like
Well, actually,
the game
that
doesn't
was one
always
where I
respect.
thought that Spora missed a little bit of an opportunity. I thought it would have been great. I like the Rizzo card we got, but I would have loved to see a shortstop Rizzo. You
Yeah, for a
get your
second
iron
base one.
left-handed
Yeah,
shortstop.
yeah, the game would not like that. I mean, I guess there's also issues like sometimes players who are really good in real life don't translate well to OTP for a variety of different reasons. Right? Like Derek Jeter is an example that we give a lot. You cannot print to 100 Derek Jeter like at any point in the cycle because he will
Yeah,
not have the defense.
but he also wasn't a good Major League Baseball.
Well, he was a good Major League Baseball player because he did. I mean, his defense was awful. And he should have played third, but he managed to out hit his defense. Like he was a very good hitter. Um, but the way that OTP works, it simply does not support making him a 100 overall card. You cannot do it. Even at launch, you can't do it. Like the only time he's ever had a good 100 was in
Yeah.
PT20 because he could play second and third.
By the way, I think there are a couple others that you could add to the like left-handed hitting shortstops. It's just,
Yeah, you have
you
to
have
start
to
stretching.
pick the right season. Like you could make a Joe Sewell that would be very good. Um,
I mean, we had the one we had last year was the best Joe Sewell we've ever had, and I don't think you could credibly stretch that card to get endgame.
you could maybe,
Like
but you could make a Monty Ward.
he's a switch hitter, but yes, you could. Yeah, I mean, Seager, like people are saying, Seager is like, yeah, you could make a Seager. Um, you can make an Ozzie Smith against a switch hitter. You can make a George Wright, another switch hitter.
Ozzie
But it's
Guillen, maybe.
yeah, it's just
All
you have
right,
to
all
be
right.
very
Actually,
intentional when you
hold
put
on.
those guys because they're not so
Could you
many of
make
them.
a workable Sam Wise?
I don't think so. Not as a top level 100. He's had good goals before, but that seems like a lot.
The little kid baseball collector in me says that you should be able to make a Stephen Drew.
I don't think that's happening.
No.
I mean, you could you could you could probably get a silver out of Stephen Drew. I'm guessing. But
Um,
that's about it. Yeah, Lindor, but it's against a switch hitter. I mean, if you're willing to go for switch hitters, there are a lot more. Yeah, Smith,
all
Wright,
right. You know what you could
Roy,
do?
Lindor.
You could make a huge bat, Dick McAuliffe version, who should at least be shortstop eligible.
The bronze McAuliffe is shortstop eligible, I believe. It's as a top level 100 seems very hard, but I mean, it's just the no defense problem again, right? Like it's and also
Yeah,
if you make the bat big enough, everyone's just going to stick him at third.
that's true.
But I mean, it's just like there are other examples you can find things like that where the way that the game works, or the way that particular peculiarities of baseball history mean that you just are sort of forced into some decisions that might not be like perfectly historically accurate, but are needed for game balance. So,
Yeah, and
yeah,
maybe Seager is just the. I mean, I'm okay with the idea that you just can't find left-handed hitting shortstops as long as everyone has the same constraint. That's the
right.
deal.
Yeah, I mean, printing like a Vaughn or a Lloyd that's a PTCS award would be, in my mind, a huge mistake if that's going to
Yeah.
be like the good version of them. Because yeah, it just isn't like there's nothing you can do about it.
All right, here you go. PT Elite CJ Abrams.
If
Endgame
he has
card.
a good enough season, yeah, and he started
Endgame card.
out
There you
great.
go.
Yeah, yeah.
This is why I'm not doing very well on PT Live.
Abrams has played great this year. Um, but yeah.
um, but yeah, I guess at
Or
shortstop
actually, he didn't get a
you're really
PT lead
going to be
last year, right?
getting
Oh,
you're
no,
really going to
he
be
did.
getting
No,
switch hitters. Sorry, what?
no, I forgot. CJ Abrams had a really good PT lead last year, but yeah. Anyway, uh,
That's true.
that's
He
actually one of
did.
the best cards of the whole cycle. That CJ
He
Abrams.
did. It's just he was a silver. That's a fair point.
Yeah. Well, not really. He was a diamond, but it
All
said
right, all right, all right,
77
all
on
right,
him.
all right, all right. How about this? How about this? You solve two problems with one, and you put Lou Gehrig, and you make a shortstop eligible Lou
Yeah.
Gehrig.
Yeah, that seems like a mistake to me. Um, so underdog, I think yes. I just don't think people will remember it because it ends so soon into the cycle. Like we've had cycles where I mean, PT23 Live Tyler Wells may well have been the most valuable card in any version of this game. I guess maybe Mathis last year was
And
better, but
Spencer Strider, the
that
version before, was playing in Perfect League 2 months in.
yeah, that live Iron Tyler Wells was the best starting pitcher in Iron for like 8 months. It was a ridiculously strong card. Um,
Yeah.
I I'm not really. I know people have said like, "Oh, the lives are so strong, lives are so strong," and like, yeah, there's some really strong ones, but there are always some really strong ones at the start of the cycle. I'd be very surprised if we saw lives playing in large numbers in like 2 more months or something, even 1 more month probably. Like I don't know, seems pretty normal in that respect to me.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, like what Judge and Trout were getting playing Perfect League at the start, the live versions. Um,
There was a really good live Tatis. Was it 23 or?
yeah, yeah.
But
I
there was
mean,
one that was the
this,
best shortstop for a while.
yeah. I mean, yeah. We've had, yeah, we've had this kind of thing happen before. Certainly, I don't think it's. Yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah, if you're getting beaten up by Bieber, you're probably just getting unlucky. I don't think Bieber's that good.
No, but
All right, should we go to the next card?
oh yeah, sure, yeah, right. So anyway, so Silva playable probably. I have him better than you do. It sounds like. All right, Bill Raritan.
Yeah,
I'm guessing we both have this one pretty playable.
yeah. I mean, it's I think pretty clearly the best catcher in bronze.
Yep. I have him actually as the best option VR, but obviously even more so VL.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, the thing is that this card, were it not for Frank Duncan, would be really really strong. But Frank Duncan is really infringes on this because like any kind of cap, you're just going to pay 2 points for Duncan.
I agree. Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
I think if you like my top three catchers in silver are Duncan, Sundberg, and then Raritan. So if you don't have a Sundberg, I guess Raritan is playing in silver probably.
Probably, but if you have Duncan, you're
Um,
just playing Duncan.
no, I mean if
Um,
you don't have like Sundberg,
right.
like you to need to. But yeah,
And
yeah,
the other thing
Duncan's
to
having the best.
consider, which does hurt this card a little bit, at the moment it's fine. But the funny thing is, this card is a lot weaker than it could be. um, because there aren't very many lefty. Like, who are the lefties that you're running right now in bronze? We mentioned maybe Bill Lee. I've
Let
seen a
me
lot of
see.
Diamond Pipkins, but I think it's a mistake every time people run him.
I think Pipkins is fine. I have him pretty decent. I think there's a what is this Drew
I have
Rom
him
that's
okay, but I don't
alive.
think he's top five is the problem, and I think you can own the top
Uh,
five there.
there are a couple of weird ones that got a sort of bit further down more in the area. I've got Silva like Chuck Stobbs and Johnny Schmitz,
Yeah.
but yeah, not a ton of lefties. I don't think.
So this is a card that actually may have more staying power than we currently realize, even. Um, you know,
That's true. He's going to be very. I mean, I have him like 3 wins clear of the field VL.
yeah. So if lefties start to get in the meta, this could be a card that lasts longer than we're currently thinking.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So
That's a
this
fair point.
potentially a really good card. Um,
Yeah.
Having
No, I
said
mean,
that, it's a funny shape because power is what's missing. But if you go to early eras, this high avoid Ks means that he doesn't get the same bump that a lot of other bronzes are going to get because there are a lot of bronzes where the low avoid K is the reason they're bronze. And so those cards are getting better in early eras compared with this one.
yeah. I mean, he's probably still the best just because he's so
I
strong.
think he's going to be the best
Like,
VL
but
still, but VR,
yeah,
it
maybe
wouldn't it
VR.
wouldn't
Maybe VR.
surprise me if like
You're gonna play
someone
some
else is
offense
able to
guy.
overtake him.
Yeah.
Like maybe even just a flat profile like Sandblock or something. I wonder if that just overtakes him VR.
Yeah, or any of these big power guys, like well, they're also very split though. The Averill and the Mitch Garver. Uh,
Maybe in a really early era, even Steve O'Neill, because O'Neill has more eye and eventually in an early enough era will pick up more average. It has to be
uh,
really early era, I guess.
yeah, but then you're gonna. I mean, I don't know. That one's probably too much. I would guess. Raritan's I'm
Yeah,
sure
and
shooting
Raritan's
better than
also an
that.
excellent defensive catcher.
Yeah. Well, like I said, were it not for Frank Duncan, this card would be everywhere. But Frank Duncan really locks him out of a lot of cap usage. Um,
Yeah, okay. Is
but
he good enough that you're paying for him in a relatively tight bronze cap, even though he's a catcher and you're losing a
in a
third of his games? I think he
in a
might be.
bronze cap, yeah, you're probably paying for him in a bronze cap, especially because you can play like there's some iron like you can play Foley. You save like a full slot
Yeah,
and
that's
you
fair.
lose very little. Uh,
Because normally I try not to use a full slot on a catcher if it's a tight cap, just because he's sitting the most, right? I'd rather use them on the guys that are in the lineup every day where possible. Um,
yeah. Oh, but I mean, yeah, you play Foley, you play Maxwell platoons, you play Hunt's platoons. Like you can probably save a lot of points that way.
yeah.
So
All right. Sounds
Raritan's
good.
good though.
Yeah, so he's definitely one you want to pick up. And we're up to silvers, aren't we?
Yeesh.
Brandon Geyer. Um, a lot better for lefties. So I hate the shape of this bat. Like all these really high avoid Ks guys, you know, just don't translate well in a lot of situations. Um, and especially in a meta right now where people are often opting for low stuff. I still have him as the best VL option in left, I guess.
Yeah, but the thing is, he is like okay. So I have him a little bit ahead of Bob Fothergill, but Fothergill actually has a
Gives you a lot
competent
more,
VR
yeah.
bat, and this is garbage. The one thing with Geyer, and I mean the reason Geyer is on this list is because he led the league in hit by pitch.
Right. And so
It is
that's
very
actually that's
possible
right.
he has an enormous hit by pitch rating, but we do not know what it is because we can't see it.
Right. But if he does, so let's say you gave him an extra 20 points of eye effectively. That makes a huge difference to the card.
Huge difference. I mean, he's the best VL by far now, and
Right.
a lot more playable VR. Um, I mean, we kind of got the same thing with Owen Wilson in a bit, though it's less extreme because it's only the triples rate, which is a lot less important than hit by pitch. But
Right.
um, yeah, it's hard for me to evaluate how good exactly Geyer is because I don't know how many hit pitches he's going to get.
No, this is a big problem that basically the important rating here is not on the card.
Yeah,
Uh, so I think if we were giving this grades, we'd have to give him a question mark.
pretty much. Yeah, I mean,
Uh, but it's probably a relatively high grade with question mark because even if you give him a normal hit by pitch rate, he is probably narrowly your best PL option. It's just from a roster construction point of view, you know, it's tough. Now there are two lefties most people are running in silver right now. So maybe it's still worth a spot. You know, you're gonna get a ton of Swindells, for example, right?
yeah. I mean, okay, you're always playing Fothergill, isn't it? Like, it's a little bit worse VL, but I think it's worth it to get a like actually playable VR bat.
Uh,
Assuming the pitch rating is normal, right?
assuming that the rating looks normal, yeah.
Yeah,
But give him 20 points, but give him 20 more points of I think you play Geyer instead.
probably.
Um,
But yeah, this is one where, in all honesty, you probably do want some amount of data on Brandon Geyer just to see how many hit pitches he gets exactly.
you know, you,
Uh,
you you never know if a card's good till you play it. I have been told that in a very official capacity.
yes, and in
Uh,
this case, it's probably true.
it is, and that's a problem.
um,
Uh, yeah, sounds about right. Um, Also not one. I guess I do own a copy because I pulled one, but I haven't rushed out to buy any of these yet. So, um,
yeah. All right, so we go to Yost.
sure, let's keep going. Speaking of people that can walk a little bit, this is also a card that I think a lot of modelers are going to be surprised by. Um, Maybe that's a good way to say it. Having
Yeah,
said that, I have no clue what to do with the card.
I mean,
So I think
I
go ahead.
just,
Go ahead.
I just don't have it playing at all.
So based on the way I'm expecting I to scale here, I have a really weird conclusion on him, and I don't know what to do. So I've got him as my fifth best third baseman VR. You know, but
VL, I assume you mean, yeah.
no VR.
VR?
Yeah, and
Oh,
I've got him second best VL, but way behind Syntron.
yeah. Centron is ridiculous.
Okay. And Syntron could play second or something, I guess, but really should play third.
I don't know. You're not playing. You're just gonna play Snow at second, Ortiz at short or something.
Right.
Yeah, you're not.
But if I had to play one both ways, Yost comes out as the top for me. And this is a lot just about, exactly the way I'm anticipating I might scale.
Yeah, I mean, in silver, I've been doing Snow second, Ortiz shortstop, Mauricio Cintron platooning third. I don't see anything here that's going to cause me to change that.
So if I had to play, that's where I'm sort of caught up because if I had to play a two-way third baseman, so if this were a low cap and I'm just running one player both ways, I might run Yost because I'm going to see a lot of Swindells.
I think I would run Mauricio if I needed a two-way, and just put up with the bad VL, or just I guess you can platoon Hunts. Maybe that's the way to do it. Just platoon Hunts with Mauricio.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that, I mean, Yost is definitely an upgrade there.
I mean, I don't have him like anywhere close to the yard. Just awful, basically. And then VL, I have him like third or something.
Right.
So
So
I don't know.
I think he doesn't end up on my roster anyway. Because I think just third base is one of these spots where, especially with Centron available, like platoon makes just so much sense.
Yeah.
That I think I'm always going to find a way to do it.
Yeah. Especially because I mean, I like at both second and short, I have the same card, the best both ways, right? I have Snow the best both ways at second, and he's the best both ways at short.
Yeah.
So like, I don't need to platoon those now. and then it's very easy to fit the third base platoon in.
Makes sense. Um, so tactile necks, I have reason to believe that I have an idea how this will scale. But if you are doing kind of a data-driven model, this player is going to be outside of most of the data. And so you're going to have trouble kind of projecting how he's going to
Yeah,
perform.
there are a handful of other cards with this much eye, like Roger Bresnahan comes to mind as an example of a card people are playing that has this much.
Yeah.
Um, so data does exist for cards like this, but I think yeah, it's more so uh, on the how the meta will shift with this kind of card thing, for me at least.
Yeah. Um, you know, it also depends on the shape of what people are running, right? So this is obviously a card that does poorly versus, Carlos Silva,
I mean, I
right?
guess it is not great for him that the by far most common lefty is Swindell, which is really not what you want him to be facing.
Right. Like this is actually a card that would do much better against a Logan Webb type shape, where it's really the home run prevention that's kind of making the card so strong. Um,
Right.
and actually, even a couple of the other lefties, like the Mission Edition Manaya, is not a great card, but has a ton of control.
Yeah, I don't really have that card. I mean, low silver, I think it's
No, no,
kind
no.
of
It's not. It's not that it's
interesting,
close.
but
I'm just sort of pointing out that
oh, sure.
that's a card you're going to see in a lot of sort of older builds or builds with less investment in them. But that also happens to do well against this card.
I'll never guess who my number two left-handed starter in silver is.
Number two, left-handed starter in silver. Number two, left-handed starter in silver. Well, I don't have another one in my top 10, so I'm
I
gonna have
give,
to run
I
my
give,
model a little bit deeper. Is
I
it
give
is
you a
it is
hint.
it a live card?
Yeah,
Can I guess which live card it is?
go for it.
It's a Philly. It's a Philly.
Yes,
It's
Christopher Sanchez. Surprise.
you got
No.
it. I got it. Okay. It's you decide to let Bryce Harper pitch?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I'm still not playing him, but it's sort of funny.
Right, right. Uh
Anyway,
what do you mean? He's the best card in silver because he's about to not be silver.
yeah, it's true. I mean, probably after the next update, I would be extremely pleased to
It
play him
wouldn't
in
shock
silver.
me. It wouldn't shock me if he goes diamond, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably unlikely because it's only been a month, but I mean, he's pitched just phenomenally well. So yeah, it would not be completely outside the realm of possibility.
All right, let me ask you the following question. Knowing everything you know about the history of OTP updates, if I offered you odds, what odds would you need to basically what do you think is the probability that Ranger Suarez will be gold after the next update?
I'll say 98%.
Wow. I was going to say about 60.
I was trying to wrestle actually with the question of I think it's more likely he goes to diamond or goes down, and I wasn't sure what the answer is.
I think both are possible. Yeah, I think both are possible.
But this one, it seems like one
Because you could get Connor
where,
Joad.
yeah, that's the thing which was scaring me a bit. I just I have a very hard time believing he'll go to Diamond because 11. I don't think we've ever seen a card move 11 points in the first update. Like it's just
I think we've seen them move 11. I think we've seen them move 11 points on
on an update for
no,
sure.
we've seen that. I think we've seen them move 11 points when there was a position update involved in the first update as well.
No, we've seen. I mean, the thing. So the last year there was a very clear hard cap of ±8 on the first update, but then that was just vanished, and there was nothing said about it before. Uh,
Right. But then I want to point out that Yuri Perez went down in both
yeah,
updates last season before he went down in a more physical sense.
I mean, the thing is that like the reason I said so high is because Suarez has just pitched so well that you have to have a probably a bug on like multiple ratings to screw it up. Like even if one of his ratings moves the wrong direction, the other three go the right direction, he'll still probably go up.
I agree with you. Uh, I still ended up at 60%.
Shota's live card already. His Shota's Future Legend is awful. It's
Yeah.
really bad. Like, I mean, already Mason Miller live is a higher overall than his Future Legend. So his Future Legend is a better pitcher at the moment.
Right.
Um,
That's true.
so, but yeah, that happens every year. There's some Future Legend who has a just not a hugely thought of prospect and just their live card goes crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Owen
Anyway,
Wilson then.
yes. What do we got? Owen Wilson. Well, it's a
Oh, we have a
hidden
couple
it
throwbacks
is
to
a hidden
Silver area
rating,
too.
but the hidden rating is not so critical here, I think, is the other.
No, though I this is I think a very interesting card, um, because it's so splitty. Like
Yeah,
I
so I do have him
really
as
want to run
my
this
top
VR.
center field option VR, and I don't want to do anything else VL. I want something else VL, obviously, but there are enough righties that I'm happy to just run him in center, I think, one way.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that though, like all of the platoon options are like other single. Well, I guess he's not single position, so maybe that saves it. So you can just have that guy back
What do
up,
you
but
what
they're
do you what
not
do you
good.
mean? My best center fielder VL is Roger Bresnahan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the silver VL center field options are really not great. Like, I mean, you could even think about playing that DiMaggio probably.
I think I had been running Brett Butler even though he's a lefty just because the splits worked.
Yeah, I mean it's the VL silver center field options are really not great.
Technically, Fothergill's eligible.
Yeah, I mean he might be the best, but you're not never playing him there.
Well, Geyer is also eligible.
Actually, okay, my number one option is Nick Swisher for just VL, but again
I'll
he's
run him in right.
hugely splitty.
Yeah, I'll run him in right. I don't want to run him in center
Yeah,
if I can
he's
get away
so
with it.
splitty. So yeah, I mean you're probably playing Wilson. I guess the fact that he does have right field means you can have a center field only guy as his platoon partner.
That's true.
So that's helpful, I guess. But it does feel like when you're playing him and you're playing Berkman on this, like it gets tough to run all these guys
That's
at
true.
some point.
The whole stream is just about moving the Combinator DiMaggio price up as much as
Yeah,
possible.
yeah, it's true. Combinator DiMaggio, I'd gladly play in silver.
Um, uh, yeah. All right.
But yeah,
Sounds
definitely a
about right.
playable card. Definitely a playable card.
Maury Wills.
I guess we can just talk about Banks now too, since they're both silver shortstops.
Yeah. Sure.
They're both worse than Joey Ortiz. Next.
Wait. Let me pull up Banks first. Sorry, try that again.
They're both worse than Joey Ortiz. Next.
All right. Yes.
I guess Banks has maybe some usage if there's a silver floor thing at some point, but you're probably still just paying 3 points for Ortiz.
Um, yeah, I think so. So
Uh, T-Chuck, do you
no,
mean
no, no,
Tony?
hold on, hold on. You have to remember. You have to remember. I now have the version of Warbot that doesn't like I. So I gotta admit, in modern era, the version of Warbot that doesn't like I actually is happy to run Maury Wills at short.
I mean, I have him fifth. Still worse than Joy Ortiz.
Ah, I've got him ahead of Ortiz.
No. Oh, Adolfo Phillips? Yeah, Commodore Adolfo Phillips. Definitely good. Adolfo
Um,
Phillips already is playable, I think. So the Combinator version should be quite strong.
yeah, I actually kind of want to run this Maury Wills in modern. I don't want to
Really?
run him
Wow.
anywhere earlier.
Sheesh. Yeah.
The problem is I don't see a better bat. Like it's a better, it's still, I know it's all hits instead of walks, but they still get you on base.
No, I mean, yeah, he definitely hits Ortiz, but I mean, you're giving up 15 points of range. That's
Yeah, so in league, I definitely don't want to do it, but in a tournament, I think I get more. So I have him like 22 points of Woba ahead of Ortiz, and that a little bit more than makes up for the glove.
I mean, I have Ortiz like half a win better than Wills, and then Banks slightly behind that, and some other Felton Snow also in there, but he's at second. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think you want to play Snow somewhere else, or you play him at
But
third
actually, I mean,
behind Eddie
like,
Yost.
but I have like also, I mean, I have like the bronze, the Young and Stevens also in that same area. The silver Tony Phillips I've got there
Yeah,
too.
I think you have
Like,
a lot of options that are pretty close. So I have Will's VR number one, but I have him a tenth of a win better than number six. So,
okay,
you know,
yeah, I have Ortiz, I guess, a little bit ahead of, and then a large tier behind Ortiz, like all those 5 or 6 guys I named, including
yeah.
Snow.
So, of those, the problem is that Will's sort of has a weird shape, and I don't think he gets a lot better in an early era. So I think when you go to an early era, you start to play like a Jake Stevens, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, also the shortstop only is definitely a bit. I mean, Ortiz is playing second and third, and Stevens playing second, and uh, that's nice. Um,
Right. Yeah, so it anyway, I think it's a very playable card. I don't think it's a must-have card, but again, I think that means it's actually a pretty well-balanced one
no, I
where
mean, yeah, I
yeah,
and also, I mean, again, this is a card which has a different shape, right? There's a reason to play this card. If you want to do the things this card does in silver, this is the best card of its type. So
agreed. Yeah.
there's a reason for the card to exist.
All right. Denny Walling, throwback.
Oh, I forgot about this guy.
Yeah, there's a good reason you forgot about this guy.
Man,
Uh,
thumbs up, some splits.
so apparently this was somebody's favorite OTP 23 card.
Yeah, I don't remember this card, I have to say. Um,
I don't remember it ever playing in anything in OTP 23.
no. I mean I have him like not a million miles behind VR, but the problem is Bautista just does the same job better.
Yeah,
So there's no reason to have Walling.
I guess there's the first base eligibility, but yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of better stuff you do at first. Sure. Chance or Colt Keith or something are going to be a lot better.
yeah.
So, yeah, not a useful one.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, because like most of the throwbacks have been cards that, you know, like seem to have an impact.
I
And
mean, what was it that Steel Arm Davis was another weird one. That was a card that was like in last year's game that was just like a really really awful two-way card that never got any play in anything. Uh,
yeah,
so that was another one surprising. But yeah, I agree. I don't remember this card
Danny
at
Walling
all.
ever play for the Tigers?
uh, I don't think so.
I got nothing then. I like Beefil V's theory. Yeah.
That's possible. Yeah, it could be the case. Certainly.
Um. All right.
All right, what's next?
Phil Hughes.
Oh,
Um.
we also we skipped Wensil Perez in the silver. I'm realizing
Oh, did
future
we?
legend.
Sorry. Uh.
Not a very good card, but we can just flash him up on screen for a second, I guess.
I've never looked at this card. Let me look at this card. Not a very good card.
No,
Uh.
there he is.
Except I don't have
You're
the
not
card
playing
art,
him.
which I assume is the usual Future Legend card
Yeah,
art. So,
usual future legend. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, that's a card. It's in the game. Don't play it.
All right. Phil Hughes. So this is kind of an interesting one because I have him right around the borderline for fifth starter. Um, a little bit below actually. Let's see. I have him number 7, but within, 100th of a run of number 5. So
I have him quite a bit better than that. So I still have Webb first,
yeah,
but remember Webb may not be a gold in almost certainly won't be a gold in 2 days.
right.
Um, and then I have Hughes second,
Okay, I
like
have
a little bit
I
better.
have Webb, Holtzman, and then a big gap, and then I have Hughes sort of around in that next tier.
Yeah, so I've got like Webb Hughes, then the next tier, Holtzman Steele, and then O'Toole, Dirker, McKay, those kind of mishmash.
I don't have McKay that high, so I also have Swindell up in sort of in that range. Um, and I still probably am the only person that wants to pretend Sandy Consuegra was a starter, but darn it, I'm going to pretend he's a starter.
Huh? He's definitely a real starter. Yep.
And if he is, he's in that range.
But no, I mean the thing is that one of the consequences of the gold quicks is that whichever starter is the best starter in gold is a lot more valuable than the second best one. Um,
That's true.
so if I'm assuming that Webb is going to be a diamond or a perfect, maybe, but probably a diamond in 2 days, and I have Hughes as the best starter, then Hughes is a very valuable card. If Webb sits at his current ratings, whatever, then I don't think Hughes is a huge
Right.
difference maker. Though I still want to use him.
Oh, probably knows. Apparently, there's a new patch out as well.
Oh, okay. I did not see that, but cool.
Neither did I. Um, Let me see what the list is. Oh, added Hall of Fame showcase apparently. So I know that was something that was listed as coming soon. It doesn't affect Perfect Team, so it's less for the competitive side, but sounds interesting.
Yeah, sure. I don't. We'll see what it's like, I guess.
Okay, they only list 2 Perfect Team things plus the usual miscellaneous bug fixes. Fixed
Okay.
regular watch list cards showing up in Combinator watch list. I
Hadn't
don't
seen
think
that
I'd
one,
seen
but
that
sure.
one. Fixed using the back button to go back to the Combinator page showing wrong eligible cards.
Oh, that one was annoying. I'm glad they fixed that. I mean, it's not a huge deal because you could fix it pretty easily, but it was annoying.
Okay, but when you announce it, can you actually not get the announcement wrong? Or wrong?
Yeah, I'm more happy they fixed it. I mean, it wasn't a big problem. Like you just clicked out of
Yeah.
it and clicked back in the card again, but it was a little annoying. So, all right, sure.
But anyway, it looks like it's mostly a base game patch.
Okay,
But there is a patch.
I'll probably download at some point. Alrighty. I guess the next card is the Future Legend, the Loperfido, I think it is.
Yep. Oh, hold on. I just want to send you something on Discord.
Uh, Man, poor Tip O'Neill.
I know.
What did he ever do to that guy?
Anyway, sorry. We are at we have one more gold, right? We have two more golds. Yes. Joey Loperfido. This one I can load the card art for. So first base is actually kind of funny because in the past we've had some first basemen that just took over the position, and it doesn't feel like there's anyone that quite ran away with it in gold yet. I still don't have this card as kind of up there with the top ones.
So what's funny, I don't really have this card that close at first, but I quite like him in the outfield. I have him as very playable in the outfield.
Oh, let me look. Where I'm just looking to see where
Um,
it would show up. Where do you have him?
either corner, really. I mean, center field is going to be Mays, obviously,
Yeah, I
but
have him like sixth in right field, it looks like. Um,
um,
yeah, okay, so I don't have him as quite as high as you do. I have like
yeah.
sixth in
I mean,
right field. Uh,
I don't have him as like a required card. Just kind of in the group of options. But yeah, especially if you're looking for a card without huge splits. He doesn't have huge splits. He plays a bunch of positions. Yeah, it seems like a playable card to me. He does technically play catcher for some reason.
he's at least qualified to learn capture, but I
Not
guess so that means
quite
right.
sure
So that
why.
means he will.
You shouldn't do it. But if there's I mean, I guess this can bail you out in some draft or something, maybe.
Is he any good at it?
No,
What?
I
Sorry,
think
let me
he is
rephrase. Is he better than the? Well, I guess the fact that he has a bat still means he's better at it than like a random reliever, though.
yeah. I mean, he has like four framing or something, but yes, the bat is a real gold bat. So
Okay, but I think so. I think this one's skippable.
yeah, it's definitely not a required card, but certainly not a card that's going to cause damage to your roster if you put it on your roster.
I think he's a little too far behind for me to have a roster, but we'll see.
Yeah, he seems
Okay,
okay.
Lundgren we talked about earlier.
Yeah,
Unplayable, but I understand why a shape like this should exist, and I do think it should exist. But I don't think it's a card that should exist on your roster.
agreed.
Um, but no problem with the card being printed.
Yep,
All right, Luke Voigt. I don't remember a 90 overall Luke Voigt.
it was. This is another weird one. It was, I think, the worst PT Topps Bunt card from 23.
It was the worst tops. Okay.
I think it was the worst one.
So then why is this on a
Because someone thought
list
it'd be
of
funny. I think. Uh, it's not a playable card in PT 25 either, though it is better than the PT 23 version. The PT 23 version was really bad.
Okay, but the point is then the people who all right. So if you're going through the list of submissions, take out the ones that are not real.
No, Voight was like one of those joke cards in 23. Was like, oh, you could always play Luke Voigt,
Right.
and then no one ever played Luke Voigt.
Okay. But the people doing so whoever's vetting the throwbacks, yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Well, we got to throw back Luke Voigt.
there he is. He's terrible. Don't play him.
Well, it's fine to love Voigt. I mean, there was a nice silver Voigt last year if you want to do a throwback Voigt. That one was a playable card.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it wasn't a great card, but it was definitely in the playable range. This is not. This is just Mark
Um,
McGuire, but much, much worse.
yeah, this is like the Tops bunt or whatever Voigt that.
No, it's better than Top Bunt Void. The Top Bunt Void was hilarious because the problem was they were all diamonds and above, and Washington just did not have a player that could support 90 and above
Oh, that, okay,
because they were
yeah.
so awful. So they're just like, well, people know who Luke Void is. We'll put him on a card.
Yeah, all right. Phil Nell. Now that is a player I've never heard of.
I
Uh,
have not either.
so
Or
what
had
was
not
what
before
was he?
Tuesday.
Yeah, what was he
I think
selected
was it?
for? Because
I
these
think
are
it was.
all players that led something, right?
I think it was Wild Pitches, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, it could be with that
Or hit
control.
by pitches. It was hit by pitches. That was what it was.
By the way, why are people paying these kinds of prices for this card?
Okay, so you're gonna think this is hilarious. I actually have this as like a semi-playable low diamond.
All right, you're gonna make me actually look at my model, aren't you?
Like Syndergaard is lapping the field, and then some like Tiedemann, the good golds, but like I've got this guy not awful.
All right, I do have him as semi-playable.
It's a weird card.
I do have him as
Um,
semi-playable.
he does have the opposite issue of Geyer, where it's
Now,
possible he
I
has a
mean
very high
the
hit by
problem
pitch
is,
rating.
well, the problem is at these prices, I have 5 cards that are cheaper that are ahead of him.
Yeah,
But
no, no. I'm
but
not
I
saying
actually don't have 6 cards that are cheaper that are ahead of him. He's not that far behind.
right. So I
And
think
he is cheaper
Syndergaard.
than he's cheaper than Syndergaard, who's ahead of him, and he's cheaper than Holtzman, who's ahead of him.
Yeah, but to be fair, if you don't have Syndergaard, you should just not play low diamond. Like, there's no point.
If you don't have the Syndergaard combinator, you should. Well, yeah.
um,
I mean, you should not play low diamond.
well, you should, or just. I will say, the Syndergaard combinator sold for 90K. I would have paid 90K for that combinator,
How
for
did the
sure.
Syndergaard combinator sell for 90K?
I don't know. That's I don't know, 500K card.
Yeah, I would have paid 90K for it, and I don't believe in using combinators much.
Yeah, it's a little silly.
All right, well, fair enough. Um, anyway, yeah, Phil Nell. Yeah, I think vaguely playable, but no.
Yeah, probably it's a
All
bit
right. All
it's a
right.
bit
Terry
irresponsible.
Turner. Really wish the splits were reversed. I would, so if the splits were reversed, I would almost, so I don't like this as a tournament card, but I'd start to like it as a league card.
Yeah, I mean, I still like George Wright. I think you're always going to prefer. Um, but like, yeah, as a budget kind of a league shortstop, sure, I think he's decent. I mean, in tournaments, I
In
have him a little
tournament,
behind Ripken and Bregman.
the problem is that in tournaments you don't get that extra normalization, right? So the idea is
Yeah,
that in league, the way the normalization works, just kind of remind people, you're really looking at the full spread top to bottom in the league and then kind of scaling from that. So, if this is 104 range, but all of the infielders are like 95 to 104, then those 9 points of range are going to be worth, you know, 10 runs plus of ZR.
probably
So
more.
that's worth probably more, yeah. Um, in a tournament, that's not the way things scale. And, obviously the big value of this card is his defense. So he's close to being a budget league option. I don't think I like him almost at all as a tournament option.
I prefer him very slightly to Ripken in league. To answer that question, but I do prefer Ripken in tournaments.
Yeah, I've Ripken pretty far
Um,
ahead in tournaments.
if you gave this second, I think it would get a lot of tournament play because there's no card that fills that second short situation at the moment. Like I think Jordan Lawler, I mentioned him earlier, I think is the best one you can get for that right now, but he's really not very good. It's just that there's nothing else. Um,
Yeah, well, because basically there's a decent chance you're still running Nicky Lopez, and this is a better card than Nicky Lopez.
yeah, Nicky Lopez, I guess, is probably another. I mean, he's I guess the next tier down, along with a card like future
Yeah.
legend Mason Wynn, who's also terrible. So I think Lawler is probably what you want for doing that, but not like Lawler is good. It's just there's no other choice.
No, Lawler's probably what you would pick. Um, but see, in tournaments, I'm happy to run Bregman.
The
I'm
problem is
just
that
happy to take the defense hit because it's not as big a defense hit as it would be in league, and the bat's huge.
Yeah, I mean, I have Bregman second. I have him tiny bit behind Ripken for tournaments. Um, so and then Turner and Long kind of a bit behind those two guys.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't
Do I
know.
get better than Ripken League VL in a vacuum? Yeah, it's pretty close. But the other thing to consider is you can get a combinator version of this card, and that one's going to have what, an extra 8 points of range or something. That's the card that dominates League,
Yeah,
right? And you
I
can't
mean,
get
you
and you
certainly.
cannot get a combinator Ripken.
Yeah, the other thing is, Ripken is pretty cheap at this point to acquire, and Terry Turner is 30K. So you're not ever going to pay 30K for a tiny upgrade like that. It is a tiny upgrade.
Yeah, I agree. Uh, Speaking of tiny upgrades, Nestor Cortez, but this version you don't need to get Aaron Judge.
Yeah, this is another
Uh,
one of those cards that was remembered for not his playability.
which is good because this one will also be not remembered for his playability.
Indeed.
Uh, Joey Bell. Did we ever figure out, was it Jason Grimsley? Is that what we decided who
Yes, it was
snuck
Grimsley.
into?
It was Grimsley.
Um, Sorry, not Bell. Here you go. So power's big, gap power is big. Um, you know, it's a one position left fielder. Uh, Kind of
Yeah.
out of useful things to say about the card because
Yeah, I
I
mean,
like the bat, but it's behind enough so it's behind, some cards who, are more expensive, but just kind of clobber it like Evan Carter type things. But then it's also probably behind the mission Matt Holiday, who is a mission card will eventually be a lot cheaper.
yeah, the Dominguez I think is even stronger than Holiday and will eventually be cheap.
Yeah.
And probably even like DiMaggio platoons are going to be better, like DiMaggio or Erstad or something.
Yeah. So I think it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, I mean it's not an awful card.
No, but
It's just
not
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 getting
one
it.
to really go after.
Yeah,
All right, we got two perfects. We got Shane Bieber, not the Live 99, who someone was saying was kind of destroying them, but the 100, who actually maybe kind of could destroy some people. I've got this
yeah.
one pretty good.
No, I mean it's just the best start in the game by a lot. It's not really close. Um,
Better than the re-rated Logan Webb,
yeah, I mean no,
who might give up even fewer home runs.
no. Pretty much you took Nolan Ryan and you gave him 25 extra points in the one thing he was bad at. So
Logan Webb has given up one home run this season in
yeah, but what is his ground ball rate? Is the really important question.
that's true. Um, yeah,
No, this
this
Bieber is very very strong.
agreed. Um, Absolutely. Uh, I will say I don't love the card simply because I don't think it's interesting to print a card that like when you print a card that's too strong, it really just is like here's an extra tax on playing these formats rather than a decision. I think this card is strong enough that at the moment it's more a tax than a decision.
I agree.
If you have the points, you simply need the card, and it's a significant upgrade to your rotation. If you don't have the points, you're going to be significantly short of the card. Um,
Right. No, I mean, like I said, it's just Ryan was a card that was getting a lot of play. I think it's a good card. You didn't think it's a good card, and this card is just like it took away the one thing that was interesting with Nolan Ryan, which is the bad control, and just said, okay, now it's good
Pretty much, yeah.
with no intervening anything in a tier, no attempt to like fill the tier, just jump.
I will still say I think in a tournament format, I have him marginally behind Henry McHenry, but the two of them kind of decently far ahead.
Oh, I don't. I have nothing even close as a pitcher.
Um,
Just clobbering everything.
but in league, I have this far ahead.
Yeah, Beaver
Um,
good.
better than Nolan Ryan. We agree on that one.
I mean, there
Is the
was a
four? I
seller up.
don't know who has the 450K bid. Here we can see what they look like.
There
So
was a
three
seller up
bids up.
for 2 million for a while. I guess that got taken down. So there is one at least floating around out there someplace.
But it sounds like from what you're saying, I should optimistically put up $100,000 bid for the Combinator and see if I get one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Just why not? Someone will
You
fill
never
it.
know.
No, my guess
Shane,
is actually that Syndergaard was not a filled order. It was a sell someone put up that got sniped because the person didn't understand how to value the card properly. Because I think
maybe they
if
didn't understand that combinators are different than normal cards, and they thought it was a
well,
$90,000 sale because that's about his last 10 for the non-combinator version.
yeah. I mean, my guess is that what happened was someone they pulled the Syndergaard and they saw, oh, this other Syndergaard's worth, was selling for a little bit less than that, and they're like, okay, well, I'll price it a little bit higher, 10K higher or something.
Yeah.
And then, okay, obviously that's a very, very bad price.
Anyway,
Well, good
Bieber
price of buyer.
good. Oh, and finally we've got the limited edition perfect Killer Brew. Okay, so first off, I like an LE50 a lot more than an LE10 or 25. Um, the card art's kind of cool.
I mean, I have this as the
Um,
best VL first baseman. Um,
yeah,
so ideally, I want to platoon it with Olerud. Like that would be my sort of if
I
I had
think so.
everything, what I
Yeah.
would do. Um,
But the problem is that I only have him a little bit ahead of Goldschmidt, and I can get a lot more chemistry for Goldschmidt. So I
yeah,
still think I probably would want to play him, but it's close.
yeah. I mean, I don't. This is certainly not a card that I'm going to like go out and purchase.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to be worth this. I mean, it's also interesting. An LE50 means that almost certainly by the time the 50th one gets pulled, he will no longer be the best first baseman VL. Um,
Right.
so
Right.
realistically,
And there are no combinator versions for the LEs.
yeah, realistically, this is not going to be a card that's going to make sense for anyone. I guess maybe a twin steam team or something, but beyond that, it's probably not going to be a card that makes sense for anyone to purchase because by the time it gets cheap enough to make sense, it will be beaten by something else. Um, yeah,
Yeah, a couple buy orders up, but I mean, for 40K, I would take a shot at him because you're
sure.
only really losing 20K. At 116, I don't think I would.
No, I agree.
Um,
So yeah, this league stuff is interesting. Uh, I think what I would say is that I do not think it's impossible that Babe Ruth may be a very strong league card this year.
yeah, strong is a good word.
um,
Um,
but we'll see. We have to see because league is always a bit wonky, and so it may be the case the normalization works differently than we're expecting at some point in the cycle. Um, yeah,
yeah, it always depends a little bit on what gets released.
yeah.
Nice
All
one,
right. Well, we did all the
Chris.
cards.
Hey, we got through the cards. Let's see. We got through cards. We got through news. We actually had a pretty efficient stream tonight.
Yeah,
I guess there were fewer cards to look at.
if three and
So,
a half hours of stuff is efficient.
you
Level
know, we're
5 Babe Ruth sounds like someone spent about 250K points and didn't really get much benefit from it to me.
yeah, that sounds about right. We could do we could do an imperfect we could do a real perfect draft actually. I've got an hour to do this one, or we could do an imperfect draft. Um Sure. Should we do one draft and then wrap up, or
Sure.
do you want to? Or is there any other things people want us to look at from chat?
Yeah, I think is if you're going to spend that many points, like why are you burning them up on Ruth? If you're going to try to do that combinator stuff, which is like it's a you know it's an approach you can take. I mean, it's probably not the one it's not the one I've been taking, but certainly people can do it. Like it really depends very heavily on you actually buying the really good combinators.
Yeah, well, sort of heavily, right? I mean, what we noticed is if you buy the wrong ones and add two wins to them, you can turn them into more sort of marginal to medium upgrades instead of
Yeah, but I mean,
uh
if your point is basically that I'm going to lay out all these all these points at the start to build an overwhelmingly strong Iron team and then make it back on the tournaments, like you cannot be burning 250,000 points on a useless card. It's already very very questionable that you
you're
can make
never
the
going to
points
make it
back, and
back. Yeah.
if you do that, you will in no way make it back.
Yeah, but didn't you notice the card says Babe Ruth and it's limited edition?
Right.
Um, well, everyone has a budget. Just some budgets are bigger than others, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is that unless you're willing to spend dollars sort of infinitely, you do have a budget. It's just a very high one.
Right.
Um, so at some point in every cycle, the free to play players have caught up with the spenders because you cannot actually, well, you can in theory, I guess, but no one actually spends indefinitely. And so at
Can
some
I can
point,
I
the
can
really,
I can I
really
start buying players for deferred points?
yeah. Okay, I do not understand this. Maybe someone has an explanation for it. Why is it the case? So I understand, like discounting Otani's salary for his deferrals makes a lot of sense, right? Like no problem with that. Why are really long contracts without deferred money not discounted in the same way?
That's a good question. Um, I don't know. Which team is this we're talking about? I think it's the one I sent you.
Yeah, I don't know what you didn't send me a name, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a lot of meta cards. Okay, Tony Clark is a bit weird. Specs Porcer is a bit weird. Jackie Taverner is a bit weird, but and then Ruth, which really was very silly.
Yeah. Yeah, because the way the guy's spending, you would have thought he'd be ruthless.
Well, yeah, burner guy, they are, but deferred contracts are also counted by AAV. It's just they're discounted and then the AAV is calculated. So like you can discount a 13-year non-deferred contract the same way. I mean, Harper signed a 13,330 with no deferrals. Like it's not really that different than Otani's other than the amount. Otani signed a contract that basically pays over what 15, 20 years. Was it 20 years or 15 years? I forget. But like it's the same concept. And then you just AAV the discount. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really see the difference.
All right. Well, why don't we let's see. All right. Do we want to do an imperfect draft or a real draft? What do you think?
Either one doesn't matter to me. Whichever people prefer.
All right, we can do one of each and then we'll raid into someone. How about that? So we'll give people a little bit of warning, to grab a slot for one of our usual chemistry drafts.
Yeah, so I understand why Otani wanted to do that. I get that. Like, Otani's contract makes total sense to me. The question is, why was, like, for example, Bryce Harper's contract not discounted in the same
Well,
way?
because the other thing about Otani's contract is if he doesn't get the money now, he can't lose it to his interpreter.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's equivalent for both Otani and the Dodgers to a $470 million contract, all paid today. Right? I mean, that's the whole point of the discount.
Right.
But like it's the same thing with Harper with the Phillies. It's just that that one technically wasn't deferred because it was all within the life of the contract, even though like Harper may well have retired by the time the contract comes due. I mean, so yeah, it seems like that could be cleaned up somehow. Uh, I don't know.
Right. Okay. So, all right. Should we do our regular one first? What do we got? Flattish Park with a few extra home runs, modern era. We always forget these anyway, right?
Sure, pretty standard stuff. Oh, it's
Oh,
OTP era. OTP era. Okay,
fun. All
that's
right,
good.
here we
Good
go.
to know.
We can totally make one of these work. Well, it's Giambi, I guess, because no one else is playable.
I don't hate Judge.
Oh, I'm a Sox fan, so I sort of hate
So you do.
Judge.
So you do hate Judge.
So I do hate. So I do sort of hate Judge.
You hate Judge or Betts more now.
That's true.
No, it probably is Giambi though.
I think it's Giambi. Is it not getting better? Is it? It's probably a Vila, but
Yeah, I
it's
mean
never Gratterall, right?
Gratterall's playable at least.
He is, but it's still never Gratterall, is it?
No, it's still never Gratterall. It's probably a Vila.
Is it Hamilton?
No, Hamilton's awful.
It's a Vila,
This
right?
Vila's like okay. It's okay.
Oh, that's a pain. All right, I discovered that my overlay is over my back button, which is going to make this tough. All right. Oh wow.
Okay. It's Chase Utley. I mean,
I mean, it is, but
no, I've actually had. It's an interesting question. Like, if you get offered, let's say, an Eddie Collins and like some mediocre guys who are worse than Eddie Collins in the first round of a regular draft,
yeah.
do you ever just pass Eddie Collins because if you get Utley, it makes it much harder to take him, or at least better, like so much better.
Oh, I know it's Utley, but I
No, we
really
have to take
want.
Utley.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Utley is always the pick. It does not matter.
All right.
So
I
probably
guess it's
Cole
Cole
Young.
Young. I don't know where to put him, but
He's not
yeah.
great, but I mean there are worse cards out there. And then I guess either Kevin Kelly or Gregory Santos.
I have
I mean,
Kelly as the better of the two.
the other cards are
Yeah,
all
because
awful.
all the pictures are basically really. Yeah, all right. We'll just go Kelly.
Sure. Yeah.
This ain't getting better. Bregman's vaguely
No, Gong is okay.
one way,
Yeah,
and
but I mean, we have
Strasburg is
demanding
like
lives. But Strasburg's
Strasburg is
okay.
not the worst shape I've
Strasburg,
ever seen.
yeah, Strasburg's not the worst. Sure, that looks decent. All right, sure, that's fine. Could be worse.
Why am I getting like 10 lives?
Okay, that Brooks Lee is actually a pretty decent card.
Yeah, this one's fine.
But we don't have really. I guess we can just put him in the outfield, or put Young in the outfield.
And I guess I don't love any of the lives, so it's probably Matsui.
Oh, Quintana's okay. Quintana's not that bad.
Yeah, 73 stamina. I guess it is a homer heavy park.
Yeah, I mean it's
I,
not great, but he's one of the better live gold starters in the non-steal and web category.
all right, we'll do it. Okay, Sano is probably okay.
Yeah, well, we have so many infielders. I really like Mason Miller.
All right.
Gerard
I like
Dyson's
Mason
not a
Miller.
bad card.
Dyson is maybe even more needed. 'Cause
Rocchio is also a pretty decent card.
we have all the
But
infielders
we
though.
so many
I'm thinking
infielders.
it's Dyson because Miller's lower stamina, and we need some outfielders anyway.
Do we have a DH in this? I assume we do.
You always forget the rule things. Yes, we have a DH.
Okay. Then
I think it's I think it's Dyson then.
All right. Yeah. Sure.
Right.
Um. Okay. Well,
We could take fake live Ryan Presley. It actually is probably the pick, and like
that actually is the
Donaldson or
pick.
something.
Is it Samardzija or is it like? I
I don't
don't like
remember
Samar.
what Samaj looks
No, he's not
awful.
great. I didn't mean to compare it. Sorry, doing this without a back
Either
button is a real pain.
either Donald. I don't know if Donaldson or Weeders is better, but whichever one of those is better, I
Donaldson's
guess.
not got
Donaldson is
much.
nothing.
Weeder's is also not very good.
Weeders looks worse to me.
Maybe Donaldson, Presley, and hope the next round's better.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is not going to work. All right. Well, I like Kim. I'm trying to think if we actually have room for him.
No place to play him. I don't see how we're gonna. Young is either Young or Lee. I guess we could put both Young and Lee in the outfield and play Kim at short, but that feels miserable.
Yeah. Well, the problem is I don't
JP
even know what else to take. I mean,
JP Sears is
McEwing's bad at 8 positions.
JP Sears is kind of decent. I
You're
think.
stretching the words kind of indecent.
Yeah, he's good against
Urquidy's
lefties.
maybe a little. Wow.
I mean, we
Okay,
can't.
I
We
think
already
it
have two
is Kim.
catchers.
I think it's Kim because it's at least a playable card.
I mean, Posada is also a playable card, but we already have two catchers. I think. And which I guess whichever we have to take a pitcher probably. Whichever one of these live pitchers is the best.
Probably is Sears, but they're all awful.
They're all in the end. They're not great. Sure.
If only we had Ranger Suarez.
I would have loved to take Ranger Suarez in that round. That would have been a great pick.
Um,
We have no pitching. We didn't get any more. Uh,
well, we didn't even get offered a starter, right? So
we did. Well, we got Kopech. He's technically a starter. Ginkgo, I think, is kind of
the
half
shape
decent.
is fine. I wish he had a little more control. It's not great shape.
I remember him being one of the more playable live bronzes, but it's been a while since I looked at live bronze.
I could do that, and maybe just go reliever because Maven's not that good.
Sure. Yeah.
All
Hoskins is
right.
probably the best of the live position players, but
Wow. Okay, Yarbrough is
Yarbrough is
actually
decent.
the problem is
Yeah.
the stamina, but I guess he's at least listed as
No,
starter.
we don't have. Yeah, we don't have a choice. He's gonna have to be a starter for us.
Jared
If nothing
Jones
else.
is flat enough to just play, I guess.
Yeah, it's not great, but I guess we can take him.
Wait, does Jared Jones? He plays 8 positions.
Yeah, his future legend also plays a bunch of positions.
You know what? Do we need her? Do we need this Hermita? Actually, maybe we do.
We're always Yarbrough is definitely Yarbrough. We're always taking Yarbrough. Sure.
Yeah, I think we need Hermita actually.
Okay, so Hermita Yarbrough.
Don't we?
Sure.
And we sort of have
Sure.
no outfielders and no pitchers.
We have actually Utley's got to carry this team. That's really what it comes down to.
All right, okay. Matt Joyce is legitimately good, and Danny Kolb is legitimately
Any
good.
Kolb is, yeah.
All right, it's an easy round. Just to check, that does mean we're only on 4 starters going to iron.
Yeah, we should be fine. We'll find it. We'll find it. We don't have a starter that's playable anyway.
Washburn would be closest.
No, he's not. I mean, the irons might well be better.
You say that now.
There's no way we can pass Cole, but how poor our pitching is.
All right. Here we go. Well, we got offered 1 starter, and it is Joe Ross. So, Joe Ross, you're our starter.
Oh, God. Okay, it can't be worse.
Alan Levine is wow, that's a lot of BABIP.
I guess we're taking him because we got to take someone.
Merriweather is the wrong shape, but I remember he had something. Oh no, it's just the stuff.
That Joey Butler, I think, has like a lot of BABIP.
He does. Let's take him.
I mean, he doesn't have anything else, but
Actually, I guess we want 4 pitchers here, right? We probably want 13 pitchers, given how badly our staff is going to get torched.
all right. Well, then we're taking Merriweather and Fernandez, I guess, or Luke Little. I don't know any of these cards. They're all terrible. I guess we can take Merriweather and Little because they're teammates.
Get the teammate bonus.
We're gonna get that big chemistry bonus. Actually, Little looks.
Little
At
looks
least he has
awful.
numbers.
He looks awful. I mean, yeah, he has numbers.
They all
The
look
problem-
awful.
No, he has numbers. The problem is they're the wrong numbers.
Yeah, they all look awful though. That's the issue.
Yarbo's our 4th starter.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Kolb is not middle relief. Hold on. Kolb is, some kind of high leverage thing. Actually, what if I just give him a high leverage option?
Sure. Yeah, I'd do that.
We'll try that. All right. Like, do we even want to bother with these lineups? Probably not, right?
As long as it put Utley in, we're good enough.
Okay,
did
it
put Utley
actually
in.
decided to wait, what?
Wait.
Hold on.
Why is Kim playing shortstop on a team with Brooks Lee and Cole Young?
That's not the one I was going to ask about. Why is Sano playing VR and sitting VL?
There's a lot of confusion here. So
Okay. So I was going to say we can just like auto set it, but
So what we should do is we should first base or DH Sano both ways, platoon Kong and Kim, and play Lee at short. Right? That's the way.
you think put Kong at 3rd, Lee at short, probably.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Platoon Kim and Kong at 3rd. And yeah, like that.
Something like that. Yeah, I think so.
That seems like the way to do it.
But how do you look at that Sano card and conclude that the correct thing to do? Yeah.
I have to say, Snow was brought up on the Twitch stream, which man, am I glad that Snow was changed to not be a 59 before launch.
Yeah.
That would have been a little problematic.
All right. Well, we made it. Should we do one last one, but just the usual chemistry draft? Should we do that,
Sure.
and then we'll call it a stream?
Max Chem.
So this is our challenge for everybody. To remind you, the deal is you have to fill out a roster. Doesn't have to be a good roster, but you have to fill out a complete roster. But within the bounds of filling out a complete roster, your goal is to max out chemistry successfully.
Yeah.
So
matter how good the
highest
cards
chemistry
are.
score wins.
The quality of the cards does not matter.
The cards don't matter. I've heard that somewhere.
That's what we always say here.
Let's see. Which one should we do?
5 minutes is too fast for this.
All
Chemistry
right.
is actually hard.
All right. Should we do a 10-minute?
Sure.
Is this ever going to fill? The problem is I don't think we quite have enough people to fill a 16. All right, let's try it.
We won't fill by the time we're done with it, but
All right, this is our challenge. ID 160.
we can look at it next week.
ID 160. This is our challenge for chat. Give us your maximum chemistry. I think the highest we've ever seen in here is about 20. Usually we end up like 12 or 13.
Someone mentioned, I think they got, what was it, Bob Gibson and was it Javier?
Or was it the K-Line and all right, well, here we go. 10 minutes on the clock. Here we go. So who's our best starter for chemistry? I assume it's one of the 2 modern guys, right? Either Pujols or Yates.
Pujols played forever. It must be
all right,
Pujols.
we're going Pujols. And he's a mission card. So A-Rod.
I guess A-Rod.
Obviously never overlaps with Pujols. You get a same decade bonus.
Yeah, but we're just starting another. We have no one who overlaps with Pujols, so we're just starting another. Like A-Rod's another one we can get a huge number off of. We get the right card. We get a Posada or something, or a Mariner.
Yeah.
It's not a Yankees weight Hoyt, so that doesn't work.
I'm thinking it's
Um,
crisp because we're sort of just trying to take anybody in that era and assume we're going to get some
yeah, I guess.
overlaps. But is that right, or do we want one of the teams?
No, I mean Oakland days are okay.
All right.
That Campanella will be a Brooklyn Dodger, so it's not really much better, I guess.
So Cozart gets you a legend and a years with crisp.
Yes, he does.
Pedroia
Pedroia
also
gets
played on a team with crisp for a
oh
little while, right?
he gets oh yeah he did, and he gets year from A-Rod, so Pedroia is probably pretty good.
Do you go Pedroia Cozart then?
Or maybe does Blevins overlap with Chris at all? Probably not. But his team, I guess.
Nobody is an Oakland A, so maybe it's Blevins then.
Maybe that's better. Yeah. I guess we could also no, not good.
All right.
Uh,
So Paddock is at least closest in the timing. It won't overlap with people.
yeah, Ted Sizemore gets us a Cardinal. Actually, do Ted Sizemore and Marshall Bridges overlap at all? It's not impossible, right?
60 and 71.
I don't really know either of these
Looks
guys'
like
careers.
probably not because Bridges
Probably
only
not.
goes to 65. I've got no back button here, so this is going to be a pain.
We
No,
probably still just take the Cardinals, though, don't we? I mean, it's a lot of Cardinals. And we can find more
that's
Cardinals.
true. All right, just go Cardinal, Cardinal.
Yeah, but we could take Chet Lemon kind of speculating on Tigers, but that's probably not.
I'm good
Oh, I
going
guess
Cardinal, Cardinal.
we could take McElroy and Lee May also for the same kind of thing with the Reds.
Right. We do already have one Cardinal at
Yeah,
least.
that's true. That's true.
Um, I was just thinking you'd get more random overlaps if we had people. Paddock, I guess,
Oh,
is too
that's true.
young, right?
If Paz
Paddock's
didn't
too
play, yeah,
young, and
Paz didn't play, yeah.
McElroy retired earlier.
Yeah,
All right, do this then.
sure.
Um, this didn't
This
work
is
out too well.
not a good. Uh, uh, uh. I don't see anything.
No, okay, so we could take the mission card, but it's a different mission, so it doesn't have chemistry with Pujols,
No,
I guess.
it'll get chemistry with Pujols. Where we go? Walling.
Walling's not going to get chemistry with anyone here,
No,
right?
Walling's getting nothing. I guess he gets decade with Sizemore. Oh no, he's 80s, not 70s.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, this looks bad.
All right, I'm thinking which Gruber
Just a live
and
pitcher.
pitcher of some sort.
Do we have any team overlap with any of these pitchers?
Would we rather a Seattle or
I guess we'd probably rather a White Sox or a Tiger. Okay. To just have more history.
so go White Sox then?
Sure.
Yep. All right. All right. So Kiermaier, I don't know if he played with anyone who'll at least get some decade stuff.
He played with the Rays and Jays, and no one
Billy
else played for the.
Wagner. So Billy Wagner, at the end of his career, did he ever overlap with Pedroia? Is what I was trying to remember. He might have.
Did he play? I don't remember him playing for the Red Sox.
Yeah, he got 1 year at the very
Oh,
end.
yeah.
So here
In
you go.
2009. Yeah, that should have loved the joy, I guess. Okay, sure.
And then Kiermaier is the only shot, really, right? There's no one else here who
We
looks
could take
close.
Allback, I guess, if we just want Red Sox or Chris Martin. Actually, maybe Chris Martin is good because he plays. Chris Martin has played for a long time, right? He may have some random overlap with someone. He moved around so much.
All right, let's do that. All right. How did Koch go? Did he
He held it for a
2004?
while, I thought.
Only
Oh, did we get
2004.
Chris? He'll get Chris probably with those that A season. Oh no, that was too early.
No, he's gonna miss
Too
Chris.
early for Chris. Too early for Chris.
Grab him anyway, I guess.
I don't have a J at all.
not even any team help here. So
we got enough. Oh, I guess we have the White Sox. We could take Rojas with that random
I
manifest.
think that's our best bet. All right, let's do it. We'll go on. We're not winning this one, I don't think. We had a good start.
So.
Okay, Kelly Wunsch is White Sox and might overlap with some people.
Sure.
I
Does
think we may
Spilbor's
be the
get
first
anyone?
people in the history of PT25 to intentionally draft Kelly Wunsch.
No, I've seen people try that. Oh, maybe Hassey for the Yankees. That
Or no,
useful
no,
to us?
Spielborg's is a mission and he's the right decade.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It's got to be more, right?
Yeah,
Did he
probably.
also play for no, just Colorado?
I think just Colorado.
So I think it's him and Wunsch.
Sure.
We intentionally drafted Kelly Wunsch on stream.
We
Don't
need
tell
to get
me
a
we're a
catcher.
competitive stream.
Homer Bush may hit Koch.
Oh, actually, he might. Yeah, how long did he? Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah, it looks like at least a couple years.
And then Scope is too late to hit most of these guys, right? So maybe it's just Steven Wilson for the Sox.
Yeah, probably.
All right, 3 minutes. We can do this. Well, here you go. We could draft Carlos Silva. Actually, hold on. Actually, we probably should draft him. He overlaps a bunch.
And then I think we have to take that catcher because we only have 2 left and we have taken 0.
Let's take the catcher then.
It does nothing, but we probably have to.
Okay, Adam Dunn may overlap with some of these guys. He's at least the right decade.
Templeton hits Sizemore for sure. He must.
Yeah. All right, I like that.
Oh, I guess we could take both Dunn and Suarez. They don't hit. They're too far out.
All right, last round.
Okay, we have to take our catcher. It's given to us.
Taylor Tankersley probably fits era-wise.
Sure. Does Stanek hit anyone? He played for a while.
Not.
Oh, Dan Viciedo. Dan Viciedo's good. That's a White Sox, and he'll probably get someone randomly.
All right.
We do have more pitcher. We have like 0 starting pitchers. We should not take Stanek. We should take a starting pitcher.
Rizzalara is fine, right?
I don't know if
Rizzalara, at least in the 70s.
Sure, maybe he'll get someone.
Well, okay, we could take Quentin McCracken, who overlaps with the other Rockies, is the other option.
Instead of Stanek or Tankersley, probably instead of Stanek.
Yeah, we just do this? All right. Sure. I think we're probably around 12 or 13 again. What do you think?
Oh, we should have taken DeLucci for the A-Rod. That was a mistake.
All right. I think we're around 12 or 13%. What do you think?
Not good. I agree.
Maybe. Here we go. 13.6.
Yeah, not ideal.
No, but better than last week.
That's true.
Anyone else in chat trying it? Let us know how you ended up.
Oh, I guess maybe Dunn and Wunsch on the White Sox at some point. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, but Stanek didn't get us much, so it should have been.
Right. DeLucci.
And obviously, both of our catchers hurt us, but we knew that.
Yeah.
So actually, we did okay, right? Our early rounds were good. It was
early rounds were decent.
Got stuck at the end. All right.
Geez, 21. That's a lot. What did you get? That must be a big teammate or something.
21.17 looks great. Yeah, that's got to be a winner, right?
Yeah, that's very hard to beat. That's very hard to beat for sure.
I'm just imagining the one random team that enters this thing, like with a real lineup.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very confused.
15.56 for Montier Don. That's got us crushed as well, I think.
Yeah, 15.56 is also pretty solid.
But T-Chuck, who were your key? Because I don't think we're going to be able to see because it's going to take a while to fill. Who were your key combinations? So Syndergaard, and then you found some teammates, or?
Yeah, I guess Syndergaard should have some. He played for the Mets for a number of years, right? So
Yeah, if you got some other good Mets in there.
Yeah, I guess you could get like Dominic Smith. That would be a good one. Uh, Wheeler be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good ones. Ahmed Rosario,
Do
Asdrubal
Scherzer and
Cabrera.
Verlander count as teammates from last year?
I assume so. Yeah, Maddox is a good one. Maddox is actually a very good round one pick, but that's pretty bad luck.
Right.
I mean, Pools is too. Like we hit like Yachty or something. We're in great shape, but we just didn't get it. Or one of the Posadas or something with A-Rod. Maybe this should be the new PTCS draft format. It's sufficiently random. Anyone can win.
That's true. Except apparently us. We haven't had we had one okay one, but we haven't figured out how to really nail this one down yet. It's a fun one though. This is a
It is fun. I mean, it's funny. The last one I did, and we did it last week. I put one in my alt just to try to fill the thing, and I hit like a 7-year teammate that I didn't even realize I had gotten.
nice.
It was, I think, Mark DeRosa and Javi Lopez.
Oh, because they were on the Braves forever.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it. But I was just like, oh, they both played for a while. Maybe they'll have someone.
I see. Sounds good. All right. Should we kind of wrap it up here? I think we were pretty efficient today.
Yeah,
You
not
know,
bad.
we
Not
we,
bad at
we,
all.
we we didn't exactly throw a Maddox, but we're getting better.
Getting better.
Who's a good person to raid? Is anyone doing OTP streaming right
Yeah,
now? Oh, Ezra
Ezra
Denny's up.
Denny, Denny and DA86 are both
I'll go
gone.
if
So
Ezra
you
Denny's
want
up.
to?
What he was in chat earlier
Oh
anyway.
yeah, Ezra was in. Yeah,
Let's
that's
raid
right,
into
Ezra.
Ezra. So sounds good.
Sounds
All right,
good.
thanks everyone. I think we'll probably be back next week at a similar time, but I don't know. Basically, if I'm not cleared to fly, we'll be back at a similar time. If I am cleared to fly, we'll probably be starting a bit earlier.
Yep.
So this is good. This is
Should,
this is a nice short stream for us.
yeah, we should have, I
by
guess,
comparison.
PTCS formats and cards next week. So those will be interesting too.
I think I'm only going to qualify for about 4 of them, but
Well, as long as they're the ones you have the combinators in.
I'm not going to qualify for any of the ones I don't have combinators in. Sorry, that's not true. All of the ones I'm not going to qualify are ones I don't have the combinators in.
Well, there you go.
Is that enough of an answer?
Sounds good to me.
But I think I'm going to qualify for a draft. So, all right. We're going to raid in. Thanks a lot, everyone. See y'all next week. Hopefully with less community drama. See you.
All right.